guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Chuck Brady. European leaders are preparing to host an emergency summit in Paris regarding Russia's war with Ukraine. The British Prime Minister said European leaders will meet on Monday to discuss the continent's increasingly strained relationship with the United States. The news comes after President Trump spoke with Russian President Putin about negotiating an end to the war. U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth also indicated Ukraine should cede all the territory that was invaded by the Russian army, and that the U.S. would be opposed to Ukraine joining NATO. The British Prime Minister said it's clear Europe must take on a greater role in NATO as we work with the United States to secure Ukraine's future and face down the threat we face from Russia. Zelensky said that his country will not recognize any of its territory occupied by Russia as part of Russia. Appearing on the program NBC's Meet the Press, Zelensky said no amount of negotiations will get Ukraine to change its borders.
Even Crimea, we will never recognize it, because in years, all things which are Ukrainian will be Ukrainian. We will never do it. It's not about any negotiations. We will never speak about it.
And Zelensky went on to say Ukraine needs security guarantees from the United States, emphasizing that his country joining NATO is the cheapest way to ensure regional stability. Zelensky said he doesn't want to think about not being strategic partners with the U.S.
I don't want to think about it. Yes, we have to think about it. I don't want to think that we will not be strategic partners. I don't want to think about it.
President Donald Trump says it's unlikely that Ukraine will get back all of the territory it's lost in the war as any part of a peace deal. This is America's News Network, USA Radio News.
In today's troubled world, our USA Armed Forces stand ready to protect you and our American way of life. When veterans return to civilian life, they deserve your recognition and support. You can help put vets to work by donating your car, truck, or van to Patriotic Hearts. Your donation will directly support programs to help vets find jobs or even start their own business. Donate today for fast, free pickup of your vehicle, running or not. Operators are standing by to answer questions about making a tax-deductible vehicle donation. Find out how you can make a difference in the life of a United States veteran. Call 800-209-4580 for 24-hour response. Call 800-209-4580. 800-209-4580. That's 800-209-4580.
The Trump administration is firing over 400 employees at the Department of Homeland Security. The majority of the cuts were employees from FEMA, but workers at the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency and U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services were also terminated. A Department of Homeland Security spokesperson said, under President Trump's leadership, we are making sweeping cuts and reform across the federal government. It is the latest mass purge of federal employees by the Trump administration, just days after thousands of probationary employees were also let go. The U.S. Border Patrol agents will no longer wear body cams on the job. The Border Patrol says officers will stop using body cams immediately due to a potential security risk, after a social media post claimed agents could be identified through their cameras. The news comes as Border Patrol and ICE massively increased their deportation efforts across the United States. Amazon has said no to the union, at least in North Carolina.
3/4 of the vote were in opposition to joining the union. A majority vote from the 4,300 employees at the warehouse was required in order for the union to form. The unofficial results were released by the union with over 2,400 votes in opposition and 829 in favor of joining the union. Amazon said in a statement that it's, quote, glad employees chose to keep a direct relationship with Amazon. I'm Jim Forbes.
Chuck Brady, USA Radio News.
Papa, why can't we telegraph while riding a horse?
Son, there ain't no one to blame but Jeffro. He was riding old Betsy the Stallion, tip-tapping away at his telegraph, when blam! Ran right into the side of the saloon.
Well, if Jeffro can't do it, neither should you. Don't text and drive.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Another dark night on the interstate, another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate.
It must be that time again. As the clock on the wall says we've crossed over the midnight hour in the Eastern Time Zone. It's time to kick off a brand new day. Better yet, time to kick off a brand new week. as we close out the weekend and turn the page on the calendar. We will respectively work our way into the 17th day of February in the year of our Lord 2025. Here we go. Coming to you live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Yeah, back to reality. It's old man winter set in once again. After an abnormally warm, rainy start to the weekend, boy, did we get plenty of rain. And then the Arctic air comes sweeping in. And as cold as it may seem, this Sunday night, rolling into Monday morning, get ready, folks. It's just getting colder and colder. And this is going to impact the eastern two-thirds of the country. It's another polar vortex. We're hearing an awful lot of that this winter. You start right there, because make sure you are treating that fuel, the Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel treatment, with winter defense. Gelling, roadside freeze-up. You don't want that in these kind of temperatures, especially the wind chills. I mean, we're talking, in some cases, wind chills in excess of 50 below zero. It's pretty unprecedented. Normally, we would see a disruption, a.k.a. the polar vortex, like every other year or so. This oncoming polar vortex event will make number 10 this winter alone. Now, we've been watching the cold intensify across the northern plains on Sunday. It continues to gradually spread south and east across the U.S. right through the upcoming week. By midweek, this Arctic cold is going to reach the deep south, all the way to the Gulf and East Coast by Friday. Brutal cold days, locally historic record low temperatures are in the forecast. Active polar vortex above North America takes no break this week. That southern lobe is going to generate another significant frigid cold Arctic blast from Canada deep into the United States. And we're talking temperatures in the deep freeze, 40, 50 degrees below average for this time of year. Then another significant Arctic cold outbreak follows next week. The frigid cold maintained over much of Canada and the northern U.S. over the next 2 weeks, and forecast to plunge as far south across the nation in the coming days. Temperatures forecast to go back into the deep freeze, more than, again, 40, 50 degrees below the normal for tens of millions of Americans. This significant cold is going to intensify across the northern plains and, again, gradually continue sinking south and east through this week. Now, we'll delve more into just how cold things are going to get, what is the timing, and for much of last week, we've been talking about the proverbial train of storms, which has been impacting the country every couple of days for the last several weeks. What is in store for midweek this week? Believe it or not, by Tuesday, things begin ramping up. We already have winter storm watches stretching through much of Kansas, northern Oklahoma, northern Arkansas, western Tennessee, southern portions of Missouri, Illinois, Indiana, on through parts of the Ohio Valley. It looks like Kentucky may be on tap to see another heavy snowfall following the deadly flooding rain that you just endured through the weekend. Let's start there. At least 9 have died in this most recent round of harsh weather pummeling the U.S., including 8 in Kentucky alone who died as creeks swelled from the heavy rain. Governor Andy Beshear this past day said hundreds of people stranded by flooding had to be rescued. President Trump approved the state's request for a disaster declaration, authorizing FEMA to coordinate relief efforts Bashir said most of the deaths, including a mother and a 7-year-old child, were caused by getting cars stuck in high water. So folks, stay off the roads right now, was the word. They were in search and rescue phase, proud of the Kentuckians that are out there responding, putting their lives on the line. There had been, according to Bashir, 1,000 rescues across the state since the storm started Saturday. Power knocked out to about 39,000 homes, but Bashir warned that the harsh winds in some areas may actually increase those outages. Parts of Kentucky and Tennessee receiving up to 6 inches of rain, according to the National Weather Service. These effects will continue for a while. A lot of swollen streams and a lot of flooding is ongoing. Anytime there's flooding, the flooding can last a lot longer, obviously, than the rain lasts. We had a levee failure in the small community of Rivas, Tennessee, Saturday afternoon, flooding nearby neighborhoods, spurring rescue efforts by fire officials in western Tennessee. Now, how the levee in Obion County became damaged and the number of people affected was unclear. A flash flood warning was issued by the National Weather Service just hours before that levee failure. Rivas is 110 miles north of Memphis, home to less than 300 people, small town USA. In Atlanta, one was killed when a large tree fell on a home early Sunday with the line of storms that was pushing through the state there. Well over 250,000 households were out of power in the state of Georgia. Elsewhere, the bone-chilling cold for the northern plains. Dangerous wind chills as low as 50 below zero in most of North Dakota, which remains under an extreme cold warning, along with swaths of South Dakota and Minnesota tonight. But water submerging cars and buildings in Kentucky, mudslides blocking roads in Virginia Saturday into Sunday. The mother and child that were swept away Saturday night in Kentucky's Bonneville community. According to the county coroner, a 73-year-old man found dead in floodwaters in Clay County. The Kentucky River Medical Center in the city of Jackson said they had closed their emergency department, transferred all patients to 2 other hospitals due to the nearby river flooding. But some of the photos posted by authorities and residents via social media showing those cars and buildings underwater in south central and eastern Kentucky. In Buchanan County, Virginia, the sheriff's office there said multiple roads had been blocked by mudslides. The Simpson County Office of Emergency Management in Kentucky said authorities performed several rescues from stalled out vehicles in floodwaters. In West Virginia, 13 southern counties were under a state of emergency for flooding, and some areas were cut off to vehicle traffic on Sunday. Several volunteer fire departments dealt with flooding in their own buildings while answering rescue and evacuation calls. But now the cold has swept in, ice and snow. Travel was treacherous for large swaths of Michigan, which remain under a winter weather advisory until later Monday afternoon. In that case, lots of crashes Sunday around the Detroit area since the snow started falling on Saturday. Most of them were spinouts, no serious injuries, a majority of them caused by drivers just going too fast or following too closely. But the northern plains now facing low temperatures in the minus 30 degree Fahrenheit near the Canadian border. Mark Fremness, who lives in northeast Wisconsin, said, "It seems I've needed to use this snowblower every few days all winter." Recently put snow tires on his truck for the very first time, but temperatures expected to dip 4 below zero on Sunday. Dangerous wind chills. All right, meteorologists across the country said we're about to get our 10th and coldest polar vortex this season, with the northern Rockies and the northern plains first in line. Yeah, National Weather Service warning of life-threatening cold in the northern plains, with temperatures dropping to minus 30 degrees or lower, both this Monday morning and Tuesday mornings. We're talking air temperature, folks, not wind chills. You combine the winds. Meanwhile, avalanche warnings issued for numerous areas of the Rocky Mountains, stretching from Colorado to Washington State. Highest rating danger in the state of Utah. Again, avalanche warnings. It's just been a relentless winter. And I'm looking further, all the way down into central portions of Texas. We've been talking for the last week or so what they refer to as extreme cold warnings, which are still in places I mentioned in the Dakotas and much of Minnesota. We've got extreme cold watches for the next several nights, again, dropping all the way down into central portions of Texas. Around the country, it is 844-844-3388. What a weekend it was. But indeed, the Great American Race did take place this past day. Kind of split up, some racing in the afternoon, a rather lengthy 3.5-hour delay with rainfall, which was kind of expected, but did indeed get to finish the race under the lights at Daytona International Speedway. We'll break it down. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
All right, good morning to Philly Dan, who says it's that time again. Hope everybody had a great weekend. Steve, did you see the guy in Oklahoma City who got the video of the falling debris from the sky with his drone? I did not catch that. I'll have to do some checking. Dan said something's going on. Was it the severe weather or maybe a piece of space junk or something? I'll have to check. Hello, Brain Dead. Good morning, Steve. Happy Manic Monday. Hope you had a great weekend. Well, we can kick off the NASCAR season with a bang. And now baseball season right around the corner. Yeah, I was able to catch the last of the 500. I'll check in later in the show. Before I forget, there's a huge breaking news in the NASCAR world that even caught me off guard. I'll check in later and break everything down. However, it's off to Paris, Tennessee and Paducah, Kentucky. But having to take a different route than what we normally take due to the flooding from Saturday night. But we are 3 days till spring training, 37 days till opening day for baseball. And, of course, 19 days till the NHRA Gator Nationals kicking off the NHRA season once again. Hello, Marianne. Good to have you on board. Hope everybody enjoyed the weekend. Pappy, saddle up. It's the midnight hour, the greatest day of the week. That means somewhere deep beneath the Earth's crust, Steve throwing the breakers, raising the FR3 antenna. Yes, the Stick Shit Eliminator Power Mic is on all across this great nation and beyond. 844-844-3388. That's the digits to hit. Don't be a scarecrow. Dial Steve up. Be part of the show. Showing 21 degrees, Harrison, Ohio. Maybe a couple inches of snow on the ground. You had to clear off the vehicles again. When's this going to stop? Tune in for the latest update. And your host, Mr. Steve Sommers. Are you with me? Indeed. Good morning from the Tapeworm. Check it in from Cisco, Texas, where it's already down to 31 degrees tonight. We're ready for another week of trucking. Good afternoon. Hello, Larry. Hammer down 38 degrees at the New York, New Jersey state line. We're headed to Hartford, Connecticut to get the week started. It is windy as all you know what. That is true. We have high wind warnings stretching from northwestern North Carolina right up through about the western half of Virginia, about the eastern 2/3 of Pennsylvania, southern New York, on up into the Boston area. Matter of fact, there are even blizzard warnings in place for parts of Maryland there, the western portions of Maryland, some of the adjoining counties over in West Virginia. What are we looking at here? Whiteout conditions, treacherous, potentially life-threatening travel. Areas of blowing snow could reduce visibility. These hazards could impact the Monday morning commute. Strong winds could cause extensive damage to trees and power lines. Now, they're talking additional snow accumulation between 3 and 5 inches, winds gusting as high as 60 miles per hour. So, yes, the blizzard warnings. Well, it's the greatest day of the week, so they say. Hello, Captain Ron.
We're at the greatest day of the week.
Yeah.
Now that weekend's out of the way. Doing all right?
Yeah, doing all right. I'm not looking forward to all this cold stuff.
Well, it can stay up there as far as I'm concerned. It's 56 degrees just south, a little bit south of Gainesville tonight. Buckeye boy went to Jackson Hole, Wyoming for vacation. How's that weather looking for him?
Oh.
I bet it's cold up there.
No doubt about it. And they've got some more wintry weather on the way there, yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. I think I'd have stayed in Ackworth, Georgia, where he's from. That's just right outside of Atlanta, on the north side, I think. But yeah, my weekend wasn't real great. A couple of weeks ago, I took my car in for oil change, and had the timing chain cover was cracked, supposedly, and all this, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I called Friday. Supposed to have been done. He said, I got some bad news. I said, what now? He said the motor is ruined. It's making all kinds of noise. I told you that they ran it, and there was no oil pressure.
Yeah.
So yeah, they ruined the engine.
Wow.
So they found Friday they were gonna find out if they were gonna do a claim. I don't know what that means, if they were just gonna pay for the car or I don't know what. Either that or put an engine in it. Well, they found a motor that's got 56,000 miles less than my car, And I guess they're obligated to put an engine in that's less miles than what you have. So now it looks like I'm going to be without my car for another week.
Wow.
So I said, well, while you got it apart, you might as well throw a clutch in it. So he called me up Saturday and said that was going to be $2,100 for the clutch, but we'll do it for you for $1,400. So anyway, so yeah, that's where I'm at. Still in the rental, but I don't know. It's like he's being honest with me. You know what I mean? He hasn't held anything back, and they offered the rental car like early on, and I don't know. They're going to do the transmission, the clutch for. He said it was $2,100. They're going to do it for me for $1,400.
But
I don't know if that's trying to keep me as a customer or what.
Well, I mean, but they're actually admitting, taking what, credit for making a mistake, which that doesn't happen very often. But hey, we got to pause there. Kicking off a Monday, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Chuck Brady. European leaders are preparing to host an emergency summit in Paris regarding Russia's war with Ukraine. The British Prime Minister said European leaders will meet on Monday to discuss the continent's increasingly strained relationship with the United States. The news comes after President Trump spoke with Russian President Putin about negotiating an end to the war. President Donald Trump says it's unlikely that Ukraine will get back all of the territory it's lost in the war as any part of a peace deal. U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth also indicated Ukraine should cede all the territory that was invaded by the Russian army. Appearing on the program NBC's Meet the Press, Zelensky said no amount of negotiations will get Ukraine to change its borders.
We will never do it. It's not about any negotiations. We will never speak about it.
Chuck Brady, USA Radio News.
In today's troubled world, our USA Armed Forces stand ready to protect you and our American way of life. When veterans return to civilian life, they deserve your recognition and support. You can help put vets to work by donating your car, truck, or van to Patriotic Hearts. Your donation will directly support programs to help vets find jobs or even start their own business. Donate today for fast, free pickup of your vehicle, running or not. Operators are standing by to answer questions about making a tax-deductible vehicle donation. Find out how you can make a difference in the life of a United States veteran. Call 800-209-4580 for 24-hour response. Call 800-209-4580. 800-209-4580. That's 800-209-4580.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, someone actually said greatest day of the week. You might. All right, Captain Ron, welcome back.
So anyway, Thursday, I think it was, they said they had to order a new harmonic balancer. You know what that is?
Yes, I do.
It's on the end of the crankshaft, and it absorbs the vibration and balances the rotating crankshaft out. Well, he said they had to reorder that. And that got me to thinking that there's usually nothing wrong with those unless you don't know how to take it off and you mess it up trying to remove it from the crankshaft. I think they broke the timing cover trying to get that harmonic balancer off.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, it's kind of water under the bridge. And that was kind of like the last piece of the puzzle for me, because timing chain covers just don't break on their own.
Right.
It's usually from installation or removal issues. But anyway, they're going to replace the motor. They're going to keep me in the rental car. They're going to do the clutch. And, you know, they've been honest up front. They haven't hidden anything from me, and they offered the rental car early on when they started running into these issues. So, I don't know. I know they're trying to keep my business, and this is going to be, you know, they're taking a bath on this, is what he said.
Yes.
But it's no fault of mine. But they're just going to write it off on their insurance, you know, on their business insurance. So, I mean, you know, I would be shocked if a mechanic didn't lose his job.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, yeah, so looks like maybe I'll get it back. He's hoping by Saturday. I don't know. We'll see. Then my wife's having shoulder surgery Thursday, so I won't be here Wednesday night or Thursday night. So I guess we'll have to get horse feathers to remind everybody the greatest day of the week.
Once again.
You know, getting closer to it. Yeah, Friday. He may have to pick up the torch. I was talking to my friend that works at the Tampa Bay Rays Stadium. They're supposed to have word March 1st of what's going to actually happen, if they're going to redo the roof or not. He said several, like, coaches and people that work the stadium and all of that have left already because they don't even know if they'll have a job. So, or sell the team or whatever. So we still don't know what's going on with that yet.
Wow.
So that's about all I got. We got a little bit of rain that Daytona got, but we didn't get much at Clearwater. But we did get a little bit, so it was kind of cool to see the president at the race, though.
Yeah, that was pretty big.
He went there. Yeah, it was cool. He went there his first term, didn't he?
He was there in 2020. Yes, when he was running in 2020.
I think he did.
Yep.
Yeah, I think he did. But it was cool. They showed him taking off with the Air Force One when it took off, because that airport's right behind the track. But I guess that's all I've got for the night. I guess I'll be listening on the app. I appreciate you taking my call.
All righty. Well, thanks for checking in there, Captain Ron, as we kick off a brand new week. Yes, the Great American Race. First things first, William Byron winning his second straight Daytona 500 this past day. That's getting you into some pretty elite company. It's not very common, not very often. Anyone wins 2 Daytona 500s in a row. Yeah, after some brilliant maneuvering in overtime. Yeah, for the Great American Race, the number 24 Hendricks Motorsports driver, he led 5 times for 10 laps, becoming just the 5th driver to win back-to-back Daytona 500s, the first since Denny Hamlin did so in 2019 and 2020. But we saw that lengthy afternoon rain delay that pushed the finish under the lights after a late wreck set up overtime, as so typically the case is. Tyler Reddick, Jimmy Johnson, Chase Briscoe, and John Hunter Nemechek rounding out the top 5. Alex Bowman, Ryan Blaney, Austin Cindric, Justin Allgaier, and Chris Buescher completing the top 10. Yeah, you had Denny Hamlin. I think it was the 2-time world champion Bull Hauler posted. That's his favorite driver. Yeah, but Denny Hamlin went from first to first to 21st or 22nd. I forget what the finish was for Denny. In a matter of seconds. I think he said something like in 25 feet. The big crash, right there at the end on that final lap. It was amazing to me that they had the big crash taking place under the white flag lap, but they did not throw the caution. They let the leaders continue around to actually get to the finish line to have an official finish there, rather than finishing under the caution, which would have been the case. So I guess tip of the hat there. All right, who we got? There's Leonard. Good morning from Niagara Falls, New York. 20 degrees, a blustery night. Yeah, stay safe, drivers. I see Trump ruined the Daytona 500. Would have been cool if he rolled it. Yeah, Leonard, we know you're a big fan of the Trumpster there, so. What else we got here? Hello to Roy in Northwest Illinois. We do have positive temperatures, a whopping 3 above zero, but the wind chill right now at minus 13. And more colder air is headed your way. Hello to Jacqueline from Erlanger, Kentucky. 26 degrees at this hour. The Chicago Feeder on the line. Hello, everybody. Brett, good morning. Who else we got? Pappy said, Brother Rambler. Perry McDaniel was singing his heart out this evening, spreading God's word there at Determined Ministries Church. All right. He always talks about, I don't have the singing voice, but he does his best, right? Morning to Kevin. Hello, Steve, and the overnight crew. There's Dave checking in from Parsonsfield, Maine, a snowed-in Parsonsfield, Maine. Yeah, we're below zero cold all week long. I was telling the wife a little bit ago, I said, the way our forecast stands right now, we are not going to see temperatures above freezing till at least next Saturday, maybe Sunday. Below freezing all week, several nights of single-digit The other nights, at best, in the teens. Man, oh man, it's been a cold winter. All right, there's Colton. Hey, it's a holiday, right? President's Day today, so no school for the kids around the country. Don't forget the post office, no mail. Banks are going to be closed, right? President's Day today, federal holiday. Jesse, have a great show, Steve. I'll be back at it Tuesday running the Southern Utah, now from the Salt Lake City area. Thanks for what you do for us. All right, you're more than welcome. Hello from Bob in Michigan. Jerry, morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. Snowing and blowing here in Kokomo. Winter weather advisory, 16 degrees. Definitely a hot shot secret kind of night. Oh, yeah, and tell them you love them every chance you get. All right, a snowy Michigan, according to Colton there. There's Buckeye Boy checking in from Victor, Idaho. It's 28 degrees, 10 inches of snow on the ground, and they say more is a-coming. Indeed, had a good flight to Jackson Hole, Wyoming. Had an interesting drive across Teton Pass to get here. Heat wave, I'd rather be in Georgia. But this is where the son and his family wanted to go. It's been a long day, so I'm going to hit the stack and we'll listen into the podcast later tomorrow. Have a great night, everybody, and be careful out there. 10 inches of snow. That's a vacation trip. All right, some people like the wintry weather, the snow. Not me. Let's see. Hello, Lester. Hope everybody's doing well. Hello, Steve. To you and the family, Lester Sloan. Good to hear from you there. It's been a long time since we've, I guess, what? They didn't even get to make the cruise, this past cruise. Hope all's going well there with you. Lard Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler, 5 degrees in Plainwell, Michigan. Given the powerful chrome-plated cow truck the night off after a very busy weekend. Just unloaded Kill Cow from the land of Oz. Well, it was close, but no fourth cigar for Denny Hamlin at the Daytona 500. If you ain't first, you're last. Well, now on to Atlanta Motor Speedway as we kick off the 2025 NASCAR season. Special shout out to the Trucking Icon Hall of Famer, the Carolina Monkey Gouger from the Lower Peninsula of the great state of Michigan. All right, it is 844-844-3388. Speaking of, long time no hear from Big Sexy.
Hey, Steve, how's it going?
Doing our thing, plugging away, trying to stay warm. How about you?
Yeah, I'm trying to stay warm now. It's like 27 degrees here right now. I don't know if you've seen the email I sent you. Started raining here Thursday evening, and I got over 5 inches here where I'm at.
I had are those photos?
Yard that was like a lake.
Well, that's what I was gonna ask. Is that like your property there that's underwater? I mean, everything's covered in water. Yeah, big lake.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
4 inches of water under the carport where the car sits. And then it stopped raining shortly after midnight last night when all the storms got through here and the last of the little drizzle cleared out. And now there's very little water standing out there. I've got a few little puddles in the yard, but all the water's gone down.
Yeah.
And to top injury off, early Saturday morning about 3:08 a.m., the power went off and didn't come back on to 8:30. That temperature dropped about 10 degrees here in the house. And
wow.
The septic deal here in town, that let the lift stations go down, so they wasn't pumping. So now they're trying to catch back up where the water's to the top of all the manholes here in town. So anytime you go flush the motor or anything, it drains real slow now. It catches back up. So.
And now you're waiting for
take a little while.
You're waiting for the polar vortex and the next storm. Right now, how much snow they thinking you might see there in northern Arkansas?
Starting Tuesday afternoon, 4 to 6 inches.
Oh boy!
Yeah, we just get this stuff out of here, and here comes the snow.
So any remaining standing water and whatnot, it's all going to freeze over, solid as a rock.
Yeah. Well, the local TV station put out a deal earlier saying that the ground's so saturated here that the ground's wet. Any place where it's wet, the road's wet, or the ground's wet, or any standing mud puddles or water holes or potholes, anything with water in them, there's nothing but ice now. So you got some slick spots starting to develop, but that's just spotty stuff. But yeah, they're saying I think they're saying about 1 or 2 o'clock Tuesday afternoon it's supposed to start snowing, and before it's all said and done, 4 to 6 inches. So go from one to the other.
So I'm ready for winter to be over. What about you?
I am too. I know my dog for sure is, because I got 3 outside doors, and I had to let her out the back door, and she had to jump over about 2 feet of water to get to what little island of grass there was out in the backyard during all this.
Yeah.
She's not happy about that.
So it's not often we find you up at late night hour, rolling up on the midnight hour in your time zone there.
Well, we're I work for a company. We transport Medicaid patients. So tomorrow, being President's Day, we're only doing urgent care and dialysis patients. So limited amount of people needed, and I'm off tomorrow. So I'm not having to work tomorrow.
There you go.
Or today now.
Stay up
today.
late.
So I'm not having to work today, so I can stay up a little later and actually get a chance to listen to you a little bit. I hadn't had time with I have to be up and out here by about the time you're going off the air in the mornings usually. So I can't stay up all night listening.
Right, you got.
And I got members on board, and I don't really have time to listen to the podcast during the day.
Yeah.
So I hadn't got to listen much here lately, so it's been a while since I've even heard the show. I get caught up on stuff from I still talk a lot, some of them, especially in the mornings and all that. Eskimo Mom and Pup and some of the others, and they catch me up on what's going on the show. But,
right.
So how's everything going?
Doing well. Another year can't believe truck shows are just around the corner, just a little over a month away. Man, oh man.
How's that grandson doing?
The oldest one, big as an ox.
He playing sports?
No, baseball season will be rolling around here in a few months. Yeah, he likes baseball.
Yeah, I know our college season, baseball season started this weekend. Arkansas played their first game this weekend, so in college, so I know it's coming up.
Yep.
So none of my I got 2 grandsons, neither one of them play sports. Well, one of them does esports, but that's it. But other than that, I don't know. I just wanted to check in tonight since I hadn't had a chance.
Been a while, yes. I hope everything's going well for you there. When I see this nasty
weather, everything's going great.
Yeah, when I see the reports of the strong storms, the nasty weather coming through northern Arkansas, I think, that's Big Sexy's neck of the woods. Hunker down.
Yeah. And I got to move. I'm not in that apartment I was in no more. I'm actually in a house now. I moved from Truman to Caraway. I'm in a house. I'm not in an apartment no more, so I got a big yard for my dog and all that. Everything's going good.
That's great. Good to
hear.
Going
great.
Excellent.
Well, I'll let you get on to the next caller, and I just wanted to check in.
All right. Well, hunker down. Hopefully some of that water drains away, and then, getting ready for the next winter storm that's going to sweep through the heart of the country. And this one, they're saying that this is supposed to be the caboose, the tail end of this train of storms. And oftentimes that tail end storm may be the strongest of the entire series of storms. And this week looks to be no exception to that. We'll give you more coming up. But it's a Monday. 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Fire Punk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
All right, couple minutes from news break. So Knucklebuster is on board. We'll get you after the top of the hour news, seeing as we're so close here. Gives me an opportunity. Speaking of our next cross-country winter system, which, well, we're not going to see as much severe weather because it's going to be so much colder, even in the deep south. But yeah, the 2-week blitz of storms across the central and east finally comes to an end this week, according to AccuWeather, but not until millions are cleaning up snow from a, yes, major winter storm. Yeah, this latest system, which was moving ashore on the west this past day, and going to bring some disruptive wintry weather first across the nation's midsection early this work week, but very well may end up being the biggest snowstorm of the season for parts of the mid-Atlantic, with locally over a foot of snow possible. This brewing system's going to have 2 key pieces associated with it. Those being a fresh injection of Arctic air and the fact that it's going to be the caboose in this long train of February storm, as the last in a series of storms is often the strongest. AccuWeather forecasters warn cities from Denver to Kansas City and St. Louis, who are no stranger to wintry weather, will be among the first to experience accumulating snow this week. That snow arrives amid a fresh blast of Arctic air, dropping the temperatures well below freezing, allowing snow to accumulate as far south as Oklahoma and Arkansas. In some areas, the temperature will be well below zero, making for a very fluffy, powdery snow. Now, the eastward and southward expansion of the cold air this week sets the stage for the next storm in the pipeline, one that will spread snow across portions of Nebraska, Kansas, northern Oklahoma into Missouri later on Monday night into Tuesday. Not wasting any time getting this one underway. Portions of I-25, 35, 44, the I-70 and 80 corridors will have to deal with travel delays through the early part of the week and the potential for some ice to mix in. Now, with impacts to flights expected at some of the major airports, as Chicago's O'Hare St. Louis Lampert, in Oklahoma City Will Rogers. We will see ripple effects across the nationwide air travel system well away from where the precip is falling. There appears to be two main areas where there's the potential for 6+ inches of snow. One area is in portions of Nebraska, Kansas, Missouri, due to the dry, powdery nature of the snow. The other is going to be further to the east later this week. But just days after this last dose of snow and ice and the flooding rains and thunderstorms, you're going to be next up for potential major impacts Wednesday into Thursday, they tell us, with the colder air in place and this storm taking a track further south. Snow will reach much further south than the last couple of storms, even into the Carolinas.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
USA Radio News, I'm Chuck Brady. Several Trump administration officials are headed to Saudi Arabia to initiate peace talks between Russia and Ukraine. National Security Advisor Mike Waltz and Special Envoy to the Middle East Steve Witkoff made the trip over the weekend. This move comes just a few days after President Donald Trump said he'd spoken with Russian President Putin about ending his war on Ukraine. Trump said Putin agreed to start negotiations immediately. While the exact conditions are unclear, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has indicated Ukraine should cede all the territory that was invaded by the Russian army, and also said that the U.S. would be opposed to Ukraine joining NATO. Zelensky says his country will not recognize any of its territory occupied by Russia as part of Russia. Appearing on NBC's Meet the Press, he said no amount of negotiations will get Ukraine to change its borders.
We will never do it. It's not about any negotiations. We will never speak about it.
He went on to say that Ukraine needs security guarantees from the United States, emphasizing that his country joining NATO is the cheapest way to ensure regional stability. Secretary of State Marco Rubio visited Jerusalem over the weekend and met with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. It was Rubio's first trip to the region as Secretary of State, and it comes as President Trump has vowed that the U.S. would take over the Gaza Strip and relocate the Palestinians. Rubio says he wants all hostages held by Hamas to be released as soon as possible.
There are some that are supposed to be released coming up next weekend. We expect that to happen, but we'd like to see them all come out. We're not in favor of waiting weeks and weeks. Now, that may be the process that's in place because of the deal, but we would like to see them all out as soon as possible.
Rubio told CBS Face the Nation he's working closely with the Israeli government to secure the immediate release of the hostages despite the agreement outlined in the ceasefire deal. America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
Planning on retiring in the not-too-distant future? 2 states not to go to, Kentucky and Louisiana. Sarah Lee Kessler has more.
Wallet Hub looked at 46 indicators of retirement friendliness, everything from tax rates, cost of living, access to quality medical care, and fun things to do. Kentucky came in dead last, followed by Louisiana, Mississippi, Washington, New Mexico, and New Jersey. The best states to retire? Florida is number 1, followed by Minnesota, Colorado, Wyoming, and South Dakota. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
While the bird flu continues to see the rise of chickens and egg prices in stores, there's something else to worry about in South Texas, the measles. A measles outbreak is spreading through South Texas, with the Texas Department of State Health Services saying the number of measles cases has doubled in 1 week. So far, at least 48 identified cases and more than a dozen people have been hospitalized because of the outbreak. It's been detected in 4 southern counties in Texas. In a statement, the health officials warn that the highly contagious nature of this disease will likely lead to even more cases. Elon Musk has been busy, and no, not just cutting government expenses. Ashley St. Clair, a conservative writer and author, said that he fathered his 13th child recently. The child is now 5 months old, and she came forward before she said the tabloids were going to expose the matter. Chuck Brady, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, welcome back. Hour number 2, here we go on a Monday. Just like that, another weekend in the books. Hope yours went smoothly. And Mr. Jackie, good morning from Lexington, Kentucky, the horse capital of the world. 24 degrees, partly cloudy. Looking forward to another great show. Good to have you on board. Hello, Dirty Harry. Good morning, Steve. All is gooder here in Buffalo, New York. Thank God for President Trump. Congratulations to the 24. And just remember, who was the Democrat Party? That was the likes of the KKK. Okay, come on, guys. Hit that like button. For those on YouTube, yeah, do that. Do it every day, every night, whatever you do, tune in. Same for Facebook. All right, quickly, I mentioned the next big midweek storm. All right, Richmond, Virginia to Washington, D.C. You may see your biggest snow of the winter thus far. With a fairly large swath of 6 to 12 inches of snow, AccuWeather said some may see 2 feet of snow across parts of the mid-Atlantic. Now, the biggest storm of the season so far was back on January 5th and 6th. 7.2 inches in the nation's capital. Had a half a foot in Richmond. Yeah, there is a decent chance this next storm could eclipse those numbers. Of course, when the heaviest snow falls, it could also prove unfortunate for midweek commuters. Yeah, the timing of the snow in parts of the I-95 corridor Wednesday afternoon may be particularly challenging. Yeah, snow arriving in the afternoon in places like Washington and Baltimore could lead to rapidly deteriorating travel going into the afternoon and evening commute. Now, the current forecast snowmac takes into account the potential for the storm to shift some. There is the risk of heavier snow, making it further north into places like Philadelphia, New York, and Boston, where lighter amounts of just a few inches were being forecast. Yes, snowfall accumulations in the Northeast are going to be heavily dependent on the track of the storm. A sharper turn up the coast Thursday would obviously bring higher amounts for places as far north as Boston, Providence, Rhode Island, and even Portland, Maine. There will not just be snow, but also the potential for a problematic amount of ice near and to the south of the storm track. Freezing rain is expected to be another hazard from this storm. Portions of southern Virginia and North Carolina, including Raleigh and Charlotte, are expected to experience icing late Wednesday through Wednesday night. Ice buildup of at least 1/4 of an inch in this area could bring on long-lasting power outages and nearly impossible travel by both road and air for a period of time. As residents head back out once again to clean up the snow and chip away at the ice, they may be relieved to know this pattern appears that it's going to break down finally later this week. Following this storm, it looks like most of the East gets a break from the unrelenting parade of storms. But the cold air, yeah, that's not really going anywhere. That's going to linger behind this storm across the Ohio Valley and the Northeast at least through next weekend. All right, Knuckle Buster on a Monday. Good morning.
Morning, Mr. Steve Sommers, and a happy President's Day to you. Are we celebrating President Trump, Abraham Lincoln, or George Washington? Well, we can do all three, couldn't we?
All the above, yes.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I got anti-jail in my big truck, gasoline extreme in my pickup. You know, that gasoline they put out, and I got water in it. So, and then I got real gas and Seville in my generator there at the house. Looked the temperature of it was 27 degrees there just south of Memphis, Tennessee, where I live. But it's 33 over here in southwest Arkansas over here. I'm over here at Arkadelphia. Well, Tennessee treated me real good for Valentine's Day, Steve.
Oh, yeah?
She took me out. Oh, yeah, she took me out for a good dinner, then give me a mani and a petty on Saturday morning there with her. So, I feel like a new man there, right?
That's good.
Yeah. Steve, you know who that Pope guy is on the other side of the pond over there in Italy?
Who? The what guy?
The Pope guy lives over there in the Vatican. You know who he is?
The Pope, yes. Oh, okay, yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, he's getting to be world famous, see? This priest out of Lexington, Kentucky, I can't pronounce his name. I'll just call him Brother Rambler's friend. It's Sichko. That's his last name. I don't know how to pronounce that, and I don't want to butcher. He's based out of Lexington, Kentucky, and he said he thinks outside the box, and he got the Pope to sign 2 bottles of Kentucky bourbon. And then Sotheby's auctioned them off along with an autographed bottle of Kentucky bourbon from the GOAT himself, Mr. TB12, Super Bowl winning quarterback Tom Brady. Well, he raised about $30,000. The first check was presented on January 31st to Horse for the Cause, that's PAWS, an animal rescue organization in Lexington there. He's going to give some of the money to hospice care in Texas where he lives, and he's going to give the rest of the money to the Lexington Diocese. I guess I pronounced that right, didn't I?
Yes.
Yeah. So what? That's pretty good, man. Get auction off 3 bottles of Kentucky bourbon, 2 signed by the Pope and 1 by Mr. TB12. So, $30,000. That's a lot of money. So, I also read on Popular Science that this man from an uncontacted tribe emerged from the rainforest. He signaled to the villagers for help. He was waving 2 sticks of wood there. You know what he was wanting to see?
What's that?
Fire. He was apparently, I guess their fire had went out there. You know, they keep a fire going all the time, but where their fire didn't go out. But anyway, he had trouble figuring out how to use a lighter, Steve. They gave him a lighter. I guess he couldn't handle one of them Bics or something there. But he got up the next morning and left. He didn't want nothing to do with them anymore. So I guess he got his fire. I don't know.
There you go.
Yeah. Well, you can hold my beer while I do something stupid. This trucking company owner got 9 years in jail and a $3 million fine in an emissions tampering case. I'm going to leave the trucks alone. I mean, all he's going to do is, 9 years in jail, he's going to be somebody's girlfriend by the time it's all over there, right?
Yep, it's all fun till you get caught, right?
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, everything's legal until you get caught at it, and then it becomes illegal. I feel sorry for this woman. She lost both of her hands in a shark attack. She was trying to take a selfie with her and the shark, Steve. I'm going to take a selfie with a shark. I'll be famous. Well, how the hell are you going to drink and eat now? You ain't got no damn hands. Either one of them bit both of her arms off there. So, and then I got a happy Valentine's Day to this guy who just married his 1971 Ford Falcon. See,
he married it.
Yeah, he got a priest to marry. It was a stiff marriage there. So I guess that gives, a whole new meaning to putting it in her exhaust pipe, right?
Oh, boy.
Oh, yeah, I know that's right. And then, I read that the Army was redirecting millions collected from soldiers' basic pay meant for food service, and they were taking that money and using it for other stuff instead of feeding their troops, see? And do you know who Sheryl Crow is?
I do.
Steve.
I said, yes, I do know who Sheryl Crow is.
Oh, okay. Well, she pulled a dumb move. She donated her Tesla, and to stick it back to Elon Musk, but, well, what good is that going to do? I mean, she sold it. Now she ain't got no car. And he's already got the money for it, so, hell, that doesn't make no sense.
Well, she got plenty of money to buy another car.
Oh, yeah, well, she can go buy another Tesla. She'll buy one. She's one of them weirdos that believes in all this electric energy and stuff. Anyway, that's all my bull on it for right now. I'll call in that loneliest hour, or maybe during the middle of the show. Who knows?
We got a Monday, so, yeah, there you go. Hey, great to hear from you there, Knucklebuster. That's all of his baloney. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Alrighty, Sunday indeed was the Great American Race, with none other than Donald Trump in attendance. A race that he said is a unifying event. Yeah, with a spirit that will fuel America's golden age. In a presidential message released as he was on his way flying to Daytona Beach, Trump said the opening event of the NASCAR series brings together people from all walks of life in a shared passion for speed, adrenaline, and the thrill of the race. From the roar of the engines on the track to the echo of the Star-Spangled Banner soaring through the stands, the Daytona 500, a timeless tribute to the speed, strength, and unyielding spirit that makes America great, he said. All right, Trump said during his January 20 inaugural address that the golden age of America begins right now. Air Force One left Palm Beach International Airport shortly after noon, and the president was traveling to Daytona Beach with several guests, including his son Eric, his grandson Luke, Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy, Interior Secretary Doug Burgum, and his wife Caitlin, or Catherine, that is, I'm sorry. Several members of Congress were also traveling with Trump in the entourage. I saw a post from Marjorie Taylor Greene. She was there in the suite there at Daytona. Plane landing less than an hour later after buzzing the Daytona International Speedway. Yes, Captain Ron Trump was making his second appearance at the race as president. His motorcade then rode on a portion of the track. Yeah, Trump was there in 2020 while running for a second term. He was actually given the honor of Grand Marshal for NASCAR's biggest, most prestigious event of the year. Yeah, delivered the command for drivers to start their engines. Now, of course, he also thrilled NASCAR fans in the stands with an Air Force One flyover before he rode in the presidential limousine onto Daytona International Speedway. Asked what he enjoyed most about NASCAR, Trump, during that 2020 interview, said it's the bravery and the courage of the drivers pursuing pure American glory, describing the Daytona 500 as a legendary display of roaring engines, soaring spirits, the American skill, speed, and power that we've been hearing about for so many years. The tens of thousands of patriots here today have come for the fast cars and the world-class motorsports, but NASCAR fans never forget that no matter who wins the race, what matters most is God, family, and country. There you go. It is 844-844-3388. One of those tens of thousands of patriots that were in the fans, I presume, is none other than Eagle. How was the day, Eagle?
Yeah, I'm going to need some extra time, Steve. There's a lot to talk about, man. You want to talk about a wild day. I mean, it was a wild day. But one thing I want to start off, I'm a big fan of Donald Trump, and you just talked about it, man. That's what I had talked to another guy about that a long time ago. When one guy that they used to be, he had his own radio show. I forgot, it was Dave or whatever. He said he had went to a Donald Trump rally, and Donald Trump had done a flyover before he came in, and he parked the jet right behind the stage. And that's a beautiful sight. When that Air Force One, Steve, I couldn't believe it, man. God bless me today. When Donald Trump came in on that airplane, I've never seen Air Force One live and in person. He did fly over the stadium, the racetrack, with that beautiful blue and white plane, so everybody could get a good look at it. I've never been in the same arena with Donald Trump. And, as much as I've been following him for the last 15, 16 years, I finally got a chance to be. I wish I could have met the guy. But I was finally in the same arena as Donald Trump, when he came into the racetrack. He drove around the track. That's what you call a real patriot, like I talked about last week, Steve. Steve, we got a president who actually cares about America. They call it the Daytona 5, the Great American Race. They call it that for a reason, because it's an American race. I wish Toyota wasn't involved in it, but they are, unfortunately. But that's the Great American Race. Unlike Joe Biden never attended none of these events, Steve. The Super Bowls, the Daytona 500s, Indy 500. Joe Biden, these people hate America, Steve. Donald Trump went to the Super Bowl last week, and he went to the Daytona 500. Donald Trump could have been doing something else with his time, but he took time out of his day to go to the 500, and he even had his the Beast, the limousine that he ride around in, circle the track a couple of times in front of the cars. You can't do better than that, Steve. It was a beautiful day. I remember this for the rest of my life. Like I say, I've never been to. I've been to Talladega, but I've never been to Daytona. And I'm glad I went, and I might try to get there next year if they're gonna have this much action. Do you want to talk about an eventful day, Steve? This is one of the wildest races I've seen in a long time, brother. I mean, it was wild. They were running. I don't know if you've seen the race, but it's even better in person. They were running 3 wide all day long, 3 cars from the bottom all the way to the top of the track, lap after lap, wide open, pedal to the floor.
Yep.
You can't get more action than that, brother. You got inches away from each other. These are some of the best drivers in the world. You have to be good to drive 200 mile an hour door to door with another vehicle inches away from you. But unfortunately, when you do that, Steve, bad things can occur. And I was real close to where this accident, I don't know if you've seen this accident that they had. It happened almost in front of me when this car literally did what do you call it? This car was wheeling down the straightaway on two wheels, Ryan Priest, after he got hit by another vehicle. I've never seen a car do that before. See, I've seen a lot of races. I've never seen a car going down the track on two wheels. And the next thing I know, the car goes airborne, like he's got wings on it, flying through the air, flips over onto the roof, goes into the wall. All kind of crazy stuff happened. You would have thought that a man wouldn't be able to walk out of that car after seeing something like that. That scared the hell. It scared the hell out of me when I seen that. I thought something real bad, because you see it at full speed. It's not like watching it on television. I seen it live and in action. I thought this man was going to either be dead or severely injured. When you see this was a wicked wreck, and it thanks to God for the technology that they have in these cars. This man fell on the door side of his car. He was scraping down the road with his door side on the track. Luckily, the man didn't come out of the vehicle. A roof could have caved in when he came down flat on his roof. That was a bad deal there, Steve. That's what you did. NASCAR got the safest vehicles out there. If a man can walk away, he literally walked away from that accident and then did an interview less than 10 or 15 minutes later. He was on television doing a damn interview. That's some wild action. Like I say, I hate to see somebody go out like that, but when you running door to door, he got caught up in somebody else's wreck.
That's more often the case at Daytona or Talladega. But yeah, we pause there. Be right back.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says his country will not recognize any of its territory occupied as Russia as being part of Russia. While appearing on NBC's Meet the Press, Zelensky said no amount of negotiations will get Ukraine to change its borders.
In years, all things which are Ukrainian will be Ukrainian.
This comes after President Trump said last week it's unlikely Ukraine will get back all the territory it lost in the war as part of a peace deal. At least 1 in 5 American women over the age of 50 has osteoporosis, but many don't know it.
Women 65 and older should have a bone density scan to screen for the bone disease. Osteoporosis is often described as a silent disease because there are few, if any, symptoms until someone fractures a bone, usually in the hip, wrist, or spine. Women who have gone through menopause are at highest risk of bone loss. I'm Jim Forbes.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Did you know that healthy arteries make a gas? Yes, actually 3 known gases. Hi, I'm Dr. Mitch, and nitric oxide is a gas that's readily made all day long to keep our arteries open by relaxing the blood vessel walls. By doing this, our circulation is increased, bringing blood, oxygen, and nutrients to every part of your body. Both age and poor diet can lead to a loss of this precious gas, and in turn, blood pressure can go up, energy can go down, and you can get tingling in your hands and feet. Well, our product, Ultimate Nitric Oxide, can easily help fix this lack of nitric oxide. Go to TotalWellness.com. That's TotalWellness.com, where we are helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Fire Punk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, coming up, we do have some industry headlines to get to. All the developments, what happened around the world over the weekend. But then, of course, getting back to Eagle, in attendance at the Great American Race, so they get the race underway. How much did they get in before they had the rain delay?
Oh, yeah. I was getting real disappointed, Steve. Yeah, they only ran like about 10 or 11 laps after Donald Trump left the track, because he was out on the track before the race started in the Beast, and they ran about 11 laps, and then it started raining, and everybody thought it would look like it might be rained out. Until the next Monday, I was hoping that it wouldn't have to wait until Monday to see the action, but they got lucky. They looked at the radar, and luckily the radar said it might be clean in about 2 or 3 hours, and they had like about a 2 or 3 hour delay. I didn't really like that, but at least they got the race in. That's the main thing. Got the race in before, they had to come back tomorrow and do it.
Under the lights. So what did you do to pass the time? What do you do for 3 hours while you're waiting?
No, they let people leave the stadium. They got restaurants across the street from the stadium. I went and got me something to eat because the food was so expensive in the stadium.
Yeah.
I walked out. You show the people your ticket receipt, and they'll let you back in the gate. I went and got me something to eat at the steakhouse and listened on the radio when they told people to come back to the stadium. That's when I went back, because like I said, at first we thought it was going to be canceled until tomorrow, but like I said, they got a break with the weather. Well, they started the race again, and then it started raining. After the rain delay, it started raining again, and then they had to wait for about another 30 or 45 minutes to dry the track again. So I was hoping, it looked like it might be another damn delay, but luckily that rainstorm passed over, and then they got the racing, and they did a pretty good job, for most of the day. But Steve, what they're gonna have to do is, man, because both of those big wrecks that they had happened at the front of the field, like I told you last week. Didn't happen in the middle of the pack. It happened in the front. This blocking, you cannot. If you look at the race, you can't block somebody going 200 miles an hour. Where is that guy supposed to go? The first wreck, the second wreck that ended the race. Luckily, and by the way, Chevrolet won the race, so I'm definitely happy about that. I was definitely happy because it was looking real bad for Chevrolet at first. I thought Ford was going to win because they led all day long with Centric and Logano and the other Ford that they had running. They looked like they was going to dominate the race, but then Denny Hamlin got up in there, and he always stirs up trouble. And he decided to make a move, and you cannot block. Centric tried to block him, and you can't block somebody like that. When you're going 200 miles an hour, you can't, even if you hit the brake, you're not going to slow down. You're going to hit the rear bumper of that guy's car, and then all hell break loose. And you see what happens when you wreck at the front of the field. You tear up half the field, 10 or 12, 15 cars get involved. And like I say, that Priest guy, he wasn't even involved. He's just riding around minding his own business. And the guy got spun out at the leading the damn race. I forgot who it was that got spun out and hit the wall. I forgot what it, Bell. Yeah, he got spun into the wall, and when he was going back, Priest was coming along, and he got clipped by him, and that's when he popped the wheelie, and like I said, he went airborne. Like I said, he was just along for the ride. And so all this, that blocking NASCAR, they need to penalize the guy. If you block somebody, they need to send you to the pits. You sit out one lap or something. But you can't, they got people trying to figure out how they can stop these cars from, having these accidents. Well, that's the main thing that causes the accidents is blocking. And you can't block some. If somebody got a faster car, you need to let them go on by. When somebody running 200 miles an hour and you decide to put your car in front of them, only bad things are gonna happen. And you clearly seen that today. So NASCAR got to make a decision on what they want to do if they want to continue having these massive accidents and tearing up a lot of equipment. They're gonna have to figure out a way to stop this blocking. That's got to come to a stop. Now the driver of the car, Priest, he made some comments, and NASCAR probably is gonna try to recommend it, try to talk bad about him for what he said. But I agree with what he said because this is his life and he has a family. He said basically the same thing that Earnhardt said a long time ago before he got killed. He said, we're going to race like this until somebody get killed. And that's basically what he said after this accident. He said, one of these days, somebody is not going to walk away from one of these accidents when they go airborne and come down like this. One of these days, there's going to be a malfunction and somebody's not going to walk away. So, like I say, NASCAR has done it. I'm not going to talk bad about NASCAR because they've done everything they can to make these cars safe. They've got the best technology. They test these cars out. NASCAR is doing it. Since Earnhardt got killed in 2001, I don't think they've had anybody lose their life. They definitely made some improvements since Earnhardt. So I'm not going to talk bad about NASCAR safety. Like I say, I don't know what they can do to keep these cars on the ground. They don't put restrictor plates on them. They kept the speed down, from 220, 230, which they could go. They don't did that. So I don't know what they can do to keep these cars on the ground, but whatever they have to go into the wind labs and try to test it out and see what they can figure out. Because I agree with what Priest said. One of these days, and people don't realize, Steve, when you at the race, that how dangerous. One of these cars could fly up into the stands. That's another reason why they slowed the speed down, because this guy was high up in the air. And if you looked at some other wrecks, that Richard Petty wreck that he had a long time ago, he was literally going down the fence, barrel rolling. And so, that's the scary part, is that one of these cars could get in the air and go up into the stands and kill some innocent bystanders. So, yeah, NASCAR, they got to take a look at it, but I'm not going to say anything bad about the safety of NASCAR because they've definitely made improvements since 2001. So, like I said, I don't know what they can do to improve, the restrictor plate racing. They've done everything they can to try to slow the cars down. They've done everything they can to make safer racing. So, I don't know what they can do. When you're running 3 wide for 200 laps, something bad is bound to happen. But like I said, it was an exciting day, and like I say, I finally got to see Donald Trump, live and in person. you know, with the airplane, Air Force One, like I said, it's a beautiful sight to see that plane soar over the stadium, and you know, that beautiful blue and white Air Force One that he fly around in. That makes me proud to be an American, Steve, brother. And like I said, anybody that has a chance to go to Daytona, Talladega, or any other restricted, you better buy your ticket, because it's a hell of a deal. A good family atmosphere. A lot of families were there, and you don't have all the fighting and violence and all this other garbage that goes on in other events. It's just a good family day to take the kids and your wife or whoever and enjoy the day and enjoy some races. So that I enjoyed my day, and I like I say, if God blesses me to be around in 2026, I'll be sitting in the stands again for the Daytona 500. And I thank you for taking my call.
All right, good breakdown there. Thank you very much, Eagle. Yeah, passing the time, right? 3-hour rain delay. But they indeed finished. So you got to experience some daytime racing, and then Daytona under the lights. That had to be pretty cool. 844-844-3388. All right, under industry headlines, Amazon workers in North Carolina voting Saturday against joining a union, a big win for the retail giant, which was vigorously opposed to organized labor at their facilities around the country. About 3/4 of the voters were opposed. A setback for union officials who've long coveted Amazon simply because of how many industries it touches: warehousing, trucking, manufacturing, even data processing. They needed a simple majority of votes among the 4,300 workers at the warehouse in Garner, North Carolina, near Raleigh. The union released the unofficial results on Saturday. Among the voters, 2,447 opposed, 829 in favor. Amazon has argued that its workers are best served by having a direct relationship with the company rather than through organized labor. Of course, union officials said improvements in working conditions and wages are only possible through collective bargaining. Company obviously said they were glad workers chose to keep a direct relationship. Union organizers, in a statement, they said the vote was the result of Amazon's relentless and illegal effort to intimidate workers. It was the second such vote Amazon faced in as many months, after a majority of workers at a Philadelphia Whole Foods location opted to join a union, the first at the grocery chain. Amazon has asked the National Labor Relations Board to reject that vote over allegations that union officials coerced and intimidated workers to win that election. Yeah, union officials denying those allegations, saying, hey, we ran fair elections. All right, union membership, of course, has been in steady decline in the U.S. The portion of workers in a union dropped to 9.9% last year from 10% in 2023. It was 11.1% a decade ago. North Carolina has just 2.4% union membership, the lowest among all states, actually. All right, 844-844-3388. Philip joins us from Florida as well. Good morning.
Morning, buddy. How y'all doing today?
Oh, Captain Ron said it's the greatest day of the week. So what do you think?
Oh, yeah, that's the greatest way of the week. Hey, I watched a little bit of that race yesterday, Steve. Eagle is right. One of the proudest moments to be is when you see that big old plane coming in, and you know who's inside that plane.
Yeah.
And I had more friends that lived down here that took more pictures of that plane flying over their house and put it on Facebook. I don't know how many of my friends down here on Facebook, they just took pictures of it, but mostly around Daytona area. They're around, you see that plane up there, that plane, what it's Sigma, what it stands for, and to see that plane, Eagle is right. To see that plane come in, and they did a go around And I just watched it on TV. You know, I live about 30 minutes from the track. I could be at the track. I just don't want to put up with all the crowd and all that stuff over there at the track. But that airplane, when it went over the track, I gotta go, Steve. I just blew a tire.
Okay, all right. Yeah, take care of that. Wow. Heard that. I knew something didn't sound right. All right. 844-844-3388. Good luck there, Philip, this morning, live. That's live radio. So he's headed into work on a Monday. Wow, that's not the way to start the greatest day of the week. Get that thing off the side of the road. All right, well, we'll be right back. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Fire Punk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
Yeah, I hope everything's all right with Philip there. We know he's going down the interstate, headed toward Orlando, obviously, to get the new week started. Yeah, whatever it's, probably doing 60, 70 mile an hour. Wow. You could hear the sound of the burning rubber. It was good to hear from Big Sexy there in hour number. He sent me a handful of photographs in regards to the flooding rains over the weekend. He said from Thursday evening to Saturday evening, I got over 5 inches of rain. The town I live in needs to clean out the drainage ditches. The yard was a lake. 4 inches of water under the carport, not to mention the electric going off from about 3 a.m. until a little after 8:30 a.m. Saturday morning. That allowed the sewer lift pumps to go down, causing the sewer system to be slow. The rain stopped after the midnight hour Sunday morning, so yeah, most of the water in the yard has gone down now, but now we're just anticipating that winter storm coming in Tuesday afternoon. Right now, they're saying 4 to 6 inches snow. Thought I'd check in after, well, it's been a while. Yeah, thank you for the update there. They sent me I guess that's the forecast maps there in northern Arkansas, southern Missouri. So, yeah, he's in the zone where 4 to 6 inches, not too far to his north. The forecast for like Poplar Bluff and again, southern Missouri is 7 to 8 inches. All right, a Monday, Brain Dead. Good morning, Brain Dead.
Hey, Steve. How was your weekend there, buddy?
Had a good weekend. Took the princess out. We did our Valentine's dinner. Of course, you know where she wanted to go. Her favorite place, Roosters. And so that was Friday night. Had a good time. That's about it, though.
All right. Dingbat, yell me $5. I told you it was not going to be McDonald's. Anyway. No, that flooding, I got kind of caught up in that Saturday night, Sunday morning early, trying to leave through from Paris, come back down to Jackson, Tennessee. And I got about 3 miles from Huntington, Tennessee. And they turned me around, and I had to go back through McKenzie, which is the next major town up on Highway 79. And the railroad underpass there it was starting to flood out there. Now, that town you said, Rivers, is about 15, 20 miles south of Union City. So if you're trying to picture it on the map where that is, that's really close to Union City. But Saturday night was really interesting, though. I was trying to get up to the store. Actually, I was going to Murray, Kentucky. I had to go through Paris, though. And I was going through McKenzie at the time, heading up there, not coming back, but going up. And there's a town called Bradford about 20 miles away, and they had a tornado go through there. They said a EF2 tornado went through there. So that was a whole highlight of my evening. I mean, it was raining so bad, 45 mile an hour was all I could do. If it wasn't for the little white dots on the road, I wouldn't know where the road was at.
Wow.
It was that hard. So, but no, I know you're going to ask me about my thoughts on the 500, but Eagle stole all of my thoughts anyway, and what I was going to say, he's pretty much spot on. But if you want to know what I'm talking about, Steve, go back and look at that wreck with Ryan Priest, and you see that black piece that's on the bottom of the car. That is the infuser. That is to direct the flow of air under the car. So instead of having all the pockets like where the engine would be or where the exhaust or any of that where it's being split, they're trying to shove the air up underneath the car as much as possible. Now, they're trying to prevent the lift as much as possible, but when you're running 200 miles an hour and somebody interrupts that airflow, it doesn't matter. You're gone.
Mm-hmm.
And, Eagle, I'm going to have to disagree with you, buddy, about the whole, well, if you're caught blocking, go to the pits and you stay there. If that's the case, then you wouldn't have a race, would you? Even if it is just for a few laps. But you want to sit there and say, hey, you wouldn't block somebody? If you're going to win a prize trophy, not just in NASCAR, but in all of motorsports, and you're first, and you wouldn't block people from the win to get the win, I don't know what the hell you would do. I wouldn't let them go by me. I'd get out there and try to block them too. It's just the nature of the sport. It's just the nature of those tracks. They built those tracks. These cars are so aerodynamic, it's not funny. They spend hours and hours and hours in the wind tunnel trying to make these cars go faster. But however, when NASCAR did decide, when there was that 200 mile an hour threshold that they broke, NASCAR's insurance company said, sorry, your cars can only go 200 miles an hour. Why do you think you only see them about 180 or 180, 185 on the race, on the little computer, the little tachometer screen, not actually up above 200? Because they've got them so limited and so throttled down. And now with the computer system, it makes it a lot more easier, because you remember back in the day of qualifying, they would have 43 plates, And if you won the poll or whoever, like you were the first, like you won the championship last year, you would go out and pick your plate, and it would go all the way down, and they would actually hold up plate number one, and this is the one going on Steve Sommers' car, and this one's going on Eagles' car, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. That's pretty much how they did things back then in the days of the carburetors.
That was racing, and that was big time racing in the day. Yes, sir.
But now let me throw some news at you real quick. Remember we were talking Friday about the whole antitrust lawsuit?
Mm-hmm.
Well, the chatter boards or social media boards or whatnot is saying that if NASCAR loses this lawsuit, they're going to end the charters. They're going to do away with them. NASCAR said they hate the charter idea anyway, but it's to help improve the equity in the teams. And they're missing the point. It's not so much a charter. It's do what Jordan and them are saying, is bring back a franchise. That builds the equity. Because look at this, Steve. Mark Cuban bought the Dallas Mavericks, I think in the mid-'90s, for like $400 million. He just recently sold off a chunk of it for like $4 billion. Mm-hmm. That's equity?
Okay. Well, we paused there. Hold the thought. Be right back.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says his country will not recognize any of its territory occupied as Russia as being part of Russia. While appearing on NBC's Meet the Press, Zelensky said no amount of negotiations will get Ukraine to change its borders.
Even Crimea, we will never recognize it, because in years, all things which are Ukrainian will be Ukrainian.
This comes after President Trump said last week it's unlikely Ukraine will get back all the territory it lost in the war as part of a peace deal. President Trump is looking to end COVID-19 vaccination mandates in schools.
He signed an executive order Friday that will bar schools that still have mandates from receiving federal funds. Trump had promised to withhold funding from schools that had vaccine or mask mandates during his campaign. According to the nonprofit Immunize.org, no state had any COVID vaccine requirements for K-12 students as of last May. Meanwhile, out of the more than 1,200 schools the no college mandate mandates organization tracks, 15 had a form of COVID vaccine mandate as of December. I'm Brian Shook.
At least 1 in 5 American women over the age of 50 has osteoporosis, but many don't know it.
Updated guidelines from the U.S. Preventative Services Task Force recommend women 65 and older should have a bone density scan to screen for the bone disease. Osteoporosis is often described as a silent disease because there are few, if any, symptoms until someone fractures a bone, usually in the hip, wrist, or spine. Women who have gone through menopause are at highest risk of bone loss, although it can also affect men. I'm Jim Forbes.
AAA reports that the average price for a gallon of gasoline is $3.15 right now. The highest prices are found in Kauai, Hawaii, $5.18 a gallon. Lowest prices are in Jones County, Mississippi at $2.54 a gallon. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Did you know that healthy arteries make a gas? Yes, actually 3 known gases. Hi, I'm Dr. Mitch, and nitric oxide is a gas that's readily made all day long to keep our arteries open by relaxing the blood vessel walls. By doing this, our circulation is increased, bringing blood, oxygen, and nutrients to every part of your body. Both age and poor diet can lead to a loss of this precious gas, and in turn, blood pressure can go up, energy can go down, and you can get tingling in your hands and feet. Well, our product, Ultimate Nitric Oxide, can easily help fix this lack of nitric oxide. Go to TotalWellness.com. That's TotalWellness.com, where we are helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
President Trump met Thursday with Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi at the White House.
He lauded the relationship between the two countries in a press conference afterwards.
The U.S.-India Compact for the 21st century is a historic initiative that will deepen every aspect of our partnership and our friendship.
Trump said the United States this year would increase military sales to India by many billions of dollars. He also took shots at the previous administration, saying Biden did not take care of the long-running disparities in the trading relationship between the two countries, which Trump says is now the best it's ever been. The Prime Minister's visit follows a controversial U.S. deportation flight earlier this month that saw over 100 Indian migrants return to their home country. I'm Mark Mayfield.
Brooke Rollins is set to lead the Department of Agriculture.
The Senate confirmed Rollins 72-28 to head the USDA. Democrats agreed to shorten floor time after the Senate Agricultural Committee voted to move forward her nomination unanimously. Rollins is expected to work with lawmakers on the stalled farm bill and on assistance for farmers. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
Tomorrow is President's Day, and here's what you'll likely be doing.
The National Retail Federation says around 100 million people are expected to shop this President's Day weekend. Not as many shoppers as Black Friday, but there are deep discounts on products to get you off the couch and into a store. Retail Me Not says big ticket items will be the deal. Think large appliances, mattresses, and cars. But the day actually celebrates George Washington and Abraham Lincoln. I'm Bree Tennis.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from The New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the Smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
We kick off a brand new day, a brand new week, from time zone to time zone. Welcome into a Monday. Here we go. How about a little global warming right about now? I'd take some. Talk about a cold week coming on. Frigid air hanging out near the Canadian border. In the central and eastern states, lunges southward in waves this week. AccuWeather forecasters say while shivering, in some areas, the bitter cold we anticipate could rival the lowest temperatures we've seen all winter long. Yeah, this is certainly going to be the case with frigid daytime highs as well as nighttime lows at a point in the winter where the lengthening days and strengthening sunshine typically allow the historical average to begin trending upward. But central cities in the country that will experience these sort of conditions: Fargo, North Dakota, Minneapolis, Chicago, Omaha, Nebraska, Des Moines, Iowa, Kansas City, Missouri, on down to Oklahoma City, Dallas, and St. Louis. The first shock wave of bitter Arctic air is already well established across central and western Canada as we close out the weekend and this storm strengthens. It's going to bring a chunk of cold, frigid air across the Great Plains, then force it eastward toward the Mississippi Valley, the Appalachians, and eventually the Atlantic coast. Now, the lowest daytime high in Omaha, Nebraska was on January 20th, when the high that day was 10 degrees. Now, you may struggle to reach 0 degrees on Tuesday. I mean, we're talking highs for the day. Forecast to be the coldest night of the winter, with an air temperature of 15 below zero to start the day Tuesday. Further north, temperatures will be well below zero for many areas from tonight, perhaps right through the middle of the week over portions of the northern plains and the upper Midwest. Further south, Dallas recorded low temperatures. Record low temperatures will be challenged in the week ahead. Frigid temperatures in the teens. Wow, the cold in the east will be accompanied by gusty winds through Tuesday on the heels of this most recent storm. Some gust will top 50 miles per hour in the central Appalachians, the mid-Atlantic, and New England. Now, temperatures will run 5 to as much as 40 degrees lower than the actual temperature. That's the wind chills, depending on the strength of the wind. Some of the harshest conditions for the entire winter will be felt in the upcoming 5 to 7 days. The eastward and southward expansion of the cold air early this week will set the stage for the next storm that's going to bring snow across portions of Nebraska, Kansas, northern Oklahoma into Missouri starting Monday night and Tuesday. That same storm will then potentially spread some of the heftiest snowfalls of the entire winter across the mid-Atlantic and southeastern New England from Wednesday to Thursday. One final surge of Arctic air follows down through Texas in the wake of that second storm with record lows. The cold will then envelop the entire nation east of the Mississippi River from late this week right on into and through the weekend, especially where the storm from Tuesday to Thursday puts down a decent amount of snow on the ground. Temperatures will plummet at night, struggling to rise much during the day, even where the sun is out. Now, this is due to the insulating and reflective nature of the fresh snow cover. Should that snowstorm develop to its full potential and produce a large swath of deep snow, then the lowest temperatures of the winter may be felt from the interior southeast to the northeast later this week. people are going to have to dress appropriately, spend as little time outdoors in these conditions. Of course, this cold is going to increase the risk of bursting pipes in poorly insulated areas, especially in those southern states. And I haven't seen any reporting, but I mean, undoubtedly with the scope and the breadth of this, it's going to, again, put a strain on the power grid. Now, after this last wave of Arctic air cycles through off the Atlantic coast, temperatures will begin to finally moderate before the end of the month. A pattern change during the maybe last 5 days of February into early March should mean few storms and temperatures closer to historical average. I could use some moderation. Wow. When you factor in the late February and March sun, it should feel a great deal warmer for many areas after the persistent cold we've had through January and much of February here. Yeah, we left off there talking about, NASCAR, maybe ending the charters entirely. Welcome back, Brain Dead.
Thanks, Steve. My clock here in this truck is off. But anyway, now that builds that's equity that's built. And the thing we've got to really pay attention to is what happens if NASCAR loses a lawsuit. Do the other 13 teams say, "Hey, wait a minute, whoa, we want our money back, we want a refund"? I mean, or because they said NASCAR said they're not going to renegotiate these charters if they lose a lawsuit. So now you've got 13 teams that have signed an agreement, but you've got two over here that are not contractually obligated to run a team. So, but let me back up just a minute there about the Daytona. I'm gonna go back to Daytona for a minute. Justin Allgaier finished 9th, and that is a really good showing for JR Motorsports. I think, and from what people were commenting on, that him and Kelly now are considering a move to the Cup Series, because the thing is, the Cup Series car is the Gen 7 car, but the Gen 6 car is what the Cup and the Busch, Xfinity, whatever the hell you want to call it, and the Truck Series and ARCA Series runs. So, I mean, there is a lot more difference there. Also, too, remember us mentioning that Cletus McFarland?
Yes.
What's his name? I can't remember his real name, but he finished 30th. Now, he ran top 5, top 10 all day long and got collected up in the big one and finished 30th. He did say in an interview afterwards that he is looking to run Talladega. So there is a possibility for him. Major, what do you call that? A brouhaha or a disruption in NASCAR and the Truck Series. Corey Heim won the race only after Parker Kligerman was disqualified. Parker Kligerman was disqualified because he was too low on the final inspection. And, of course, Parker Kligerman's team owner is Rick Hendrick, and you know Rick Hendrick, he appeals pretty much every penalty and then some. Now, Steve, I'm going to run a name by you, and you tell me if you remember this guy or not. Scott Dixon.
IndyCar?
That's the one.
Okay.
He's hinting at doing a Helio Castroneves one-off deal with the Daytona 500. So, real quickly, a couple of things. NASCAR is going to allow Chevrolet to reuse the body for the Camaro. Still uses the body style of the Camaro. They've approved this Blazer EV, I don't know if you can find it or not, to run on that battery-powered circuit deal they got coming out with the Mustang. It's not too bad looking. It really doesn't look too bad if they put a motor in, it'd be a different story, but still. But they've also been rumors that the Monte Carlo is coming back in 25. I don't know. I don't really know. But Now, remember I told you in my check-in I had some huge breaking news that caught me off guard.
Yeah.
So are you sitting down?
What is it?
Over the week, last week, they have announced a fourth manufacturer coming to NASCAR. Now, remember I said Honda's coming, Honda's coming, Honda's coming.
Mm-hmm.
Let's pump the brakes. Pump the brakes because it's not Honda. It's Dodge.
Ah, how about that?
Dodge filed a petition, a formal petition, to return back to NASCAR. However, there's a however in this. They're only going to run the truck series because they're not up to the body styling that they want to with the car side. Because remember, the Charger is now electric. The Challenger's gone away, so they really don't have a body style for the cars. Now, Ricky Gilmore is going to be doing the engines. So what's to say that this doesn't come back to Xfinity or Busch or whatever and back to the Cup Series? But this is a start. This is a start, Steve. With that being said, my friend, I'm going to ride my way up here to bed.
Yeah, you need the pontoon to get from point A to point B this Monday morning, right? All right, let's get a full report. Philip, that was scary.
Yeah, it was. I don't know if you guys heard that or not.
I did.
But
yes, clearly.
Yeah, I didn't blow up. I thought I blew a tire. I guess I ran over something. This Honda, gotta thank Honda. Yeah, they make the body pan, the belly pan on this car is made out of aluminum, so it flims around and makes all kinds of crazy noise. So I went back and checked, and I guess I don't know. The only thing I seen off to the side was a recap off a tire, and all I can think about is maybe I ran over that and it popped the belly pan and scared the hell out of me. So
wow,
it makes interesting out here on I-4, I tell you. But I'm continuing on. That is interesting what Brain Dead just said about Dodge. I would think Dodge would come back into trucks because they got trucks up. Their trucks are selling like crazy. But I don't think maybe Dodge is going to wait until this pans out whether they're going to go electric or not, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But as far as yesterday's footage, and he's talking about Scott Dixon and Joseph Newgarden were actually in the pre-race show with those guys. Now, they didn't say nothing about coming out on it or anything like that, but Scott Dixon will race anything. He will race anything. I think, though, these guys that cross over, and we've seen this with Helio yesterday, Helio crashed out. And I think it's a different deal when you're running a full-body car than you are running an Indy car or an F1 car. You know, it's a totally different animal. You know, and the weight is different, the distribution, the center of gravity, all that is different in those cars than it is in an Indy car or an F1 car. Plus, those cars are brick compared to what they're running in Indy and F1. They were talking about not having no restrictor plates. With the fuel injection they have now, Steve, they don't have to have a restrictor plate anymore. NASCAR sets the computer to where they can only run so much fuel pressure through it, if that makes any sense or not. And they can't change the injectors out to make them oversized anymore because the injectors are inspected pre-race and they're checked after the race as well. So if there's any sneaky business going on with injectors, changing them out, just like back in the day with the jets on the carburetor, they can see it. And Steve, you ever heard of a company called McLaren?
Absolutely.
All right, McLaren makes all the EFI stuff and the computer, the ECM and all that for all those cars that are in the Cup. Now, I don't know much about the Xfinity cars. I know they're the older style car, and I know that they run a different setup. But as far as the Cup cars go, it's all EFI and it's done by McLaren. And McLaren gives everybody the same stuff. So the same size injectors, the same size, same everything is all the same. And that's the way they want it. They want it that way. Now, seeing the charters go away, absolutely. I want to see the charters go away. And I know Brain Dad's going to get a little upset with me. He'd probably call me after this. But this is the way Philip looks at it. You bring it there, you race it. If you don't make it, you go home. That's the way it's supposed to be. That's the way it is in Saturday night specials and the small tracks. That's the way it is everywhere in racing. If you bring it there, you run it. You don't need to have a guaranteed spot to be in a race. Does that make any sense, Steve?
Absolutely. I mean, what JR, Junior's team had to kind of race their way in to be in the 500 yesterday.
Absolutely, and I'm very proud of Justin Allgaier and JR Motorsports. I mean, I know they went through some wrecks, and they were back toward the end on a bunch of stuff during that yesterday. But the thing is, they worked their butts off. They got up to the front. Now, was it a lot of luck? Absolutely, it was a lot of luck to maintain a 9 on that. But to get up in the top 10 at Daytona is a big deal, because that track, either at the beginning or at the end, is going to be a wreck. Now, the middle, but if you're starting the race and you're in positions 5 to number 30 at the beginning of the race, your chances are going to be high that you're going to be in a wreck. Same thing when you are at the end of the race. At the end of the race, everybody is wanting to grab an extra spot or do something for points or make some kind of crazy move that ends up causing one of these big wrecks. And it's the same way at the beginning. Everybody wants to nudge into there to get them stage points. And that's another thing, Steve. I want to see those stages go away. I want a race to be like it used to be. If it's 500 laps, you got to run 500 laps. You're not going to do this stage breaking and all this other junk. And it's a race. You want to see that car run from the time it begins till the time it ends. And that's the way it should be. Same way with the points. You got your points. The guy in first, he gets the max amount of points. Goes on to the next week, the guy in first from that week, so on and so forth, just like it used to be. It needs to go back to that. I know a lot of people said it was boring. And the reason it's boring is because when you're watching it on TV, you're not up to the speed. Now, if you're sitting in the stand like Eagle, and you're watching those cars actually go 200 miles an hour, then it's interesting. So, but that's my take on NASCAR today, buddy. I appreciate y'all having me, and thank you very much.
All right. Thanks for dialing us back up there, giving us the update. And so he made it through safely. Thank goodness. And what do we got? A couple minutes before news break. I saw some of the photos. What in the world happened in the tunnels there in Wyoming late last week? Billowing black smoke. And, of course, Dateline, Green River, Wyoming. The DOT gave an update this past day, press conference. Let's see, updating the public on the multiple vehicle collision that occurred in the I-80 tunnels on Friday, resulted in multiple fatalities, explosions that caused that smoke to billow out of both ends of the tunnel, and a temporary closure of I-80 to all travel, making national headline sense. First, I want to commend local law enforcement, the Highway Patrol, and especially our fire department. According to the governor, this has been a very tough time for you folks. I know the circumstances were really tough. It did not allow for as much as anybody wanted to. Thank you for being there. Thank you for caring. All right, please keep these folks in your prayers. But he also shared that he has directed all resources of the state available to be there. The initial observation of the crash determined that it involved several vehicles, resulting in an active fire, which prevented some of the life-saving measures there that we could do at that time until fire conditions could improve. Multiple agencies responded, Yeah, firefighters worked the fire from both ends of the tunnel well into the evening, starting with the west end as far as they could before moving to the east end. Even after some of the fires inside the tunnel were out, conditions were still not safe for investigators and responders to go into the tunnel. There were structural concerns, air quality concerns, but when you see some of the photos, the burned out, charred inside of the tunnel, I'm thinking that's going to be shut down for an extended period of time. Again, the death toll is now confirmed. Up to 3 fatalities was the latest number I had seen there. And, literally burned up, charred, nothing remained of the vehicles there in the tunnel. So don't know how it actually started, how many vehicles ultimately were involved, but what a mess. It is 844-844-3388. All right, we'll get to, Brain Dead Head. You spoke to him. Horse feathers, I guess he had to take care of some business. He's up there. He'll be dialing us back up. Eagle wanted to chime in a bit about some of the weather going on out there. And sometime later today, let's see, what time? I guess it's actually later on this evening. Word comes down, very little information, but billionaire Elon Musk said over the weekend that his artificial intelligence chatbot, this is going to be a competitor with the Chat GPT called Grok 3, is going to be released with a live demonstration 8 o'clock p.m. Pacific time here tonight, Monday night. So 8 p.m., so it's going to be a late night unveiling. Last week, Musk said Grok 3 was in the final stages of development and would be released in about a week or two. So here it is, tonight, the night. For those most are familiar, if you play with the AI stuff, the Chat GPT has been the leader. And this is supposed to be the biggest competition yet with this ongoing artificial intelligence development. So coming our way tonight. All right, meanwhile, 844-844-3388. Make our way into a Monday. Oh, the greatest day of the week. Plenty of room for you. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says his country will not recognize any of its territory occupied as Russia as being part of Russia. While appearing on NBC's Meet the Press, Zelensky said no amount of negotiations will get Ukraine to change its borders.
In years, all things which are Ukrainian will be Ukrainian.
This comes after President Trump said last week it's unlikely Ukraine will get back all the territory it lost in the war as part of a peace deal. At least 1 in 5 American women over the age of 50 has osteoporosis, but many don't know it.
Women 65 and older should have a bone density scan to screen for the bone disease. Osteoporosis is often described as a silent disease because there are few, if any, symptoms until someone fractures a bone, usually in the hip, wrist, or spine. Women who have gone through menopause are at highest risk of bone loss. I'm Jim Forbes.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Did you know that healthy arteries make a gas? Yes, actually 3 known gases. Hi, I'm Dr. Mitch, and nitric oxide is a gas that's readily made all day long to keep our arteries open by relaxing the blood vessel walls. By doing this, our circulation is increased, bringing blood, oxygen, and nutrients to every part of your body. Both age and poor diet can lead to a loss of this precious gas, and in turn, blood pressure can go up, energy can go down, and you can get tingling in your hands and feet. Well, our product, Ultimate Nitric Oxide, can easily help fix this lack of nitric oxide. Go to TotalWellness.com. That's TotalWellness.com, where we are helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Docs Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Docs cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Docs Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Sommers. It's the Overnight Drive.
All right, indeed, on a Monday. With all the wintry weather, you can continue to see lots of accidents. One of which was late last week in Washington. Multiple semi-trucks involved in a pileup involving 22 vehicles. About the noon hour, southbound I-5 in Toledo, Washington, according to KOMO News, 22 vehicles, including semi-trucks, box trucks, and passenger vehicles involved in that accident. 6 injuries. Traffic backed up for 12 miles. The right lane of I-5 was reopened about 3 hours later. The wreckage cleared, finally fully reopened about 5:30 in the evening. Meanwhile, a Utah lawmaker has introduced legislation that would prevent individuals with certain felony convictions from obtaining a commercial driver's license. Utah Representative Jefferson Burton introducing House Bill 375, a bill that would tighten requirements for drivers wishing to obtain a CDL. The bill would prevent a driver from obtaining a CDL in Utah if the driver's been convicted in the past 3 years of a violent felony, including arson, aggravated assault, or rape, or if the driver's been convicted of fleeing from police. House Bill 375 would also require a criminal background check on all CDL applicants in Utah. If passed, the bill will go into effect May 7 of this year. According to KSL, the bill was written by Burton in response to the alleged killing of a Santaquin, Utah police sergeant Bill Hooser by a tractor-trailer driver back in May of last year. He'd been accused of deliberately running over the officer, facing the possibility of the death penalty if he's convicted on the aggravated murder charges. Now, this guy reportedly had a previous criminal record prior to the incident that killed Hooser. Meanwhile, I think someone brought this up, maybe brain dead, late in our Friday morning program. Update on the continued sale of former Yellow terminals. 7 former Yellow terminals purchased by 3 different companies for a total of more than $15 million last week. Court approval for the deals between Yellow administrators and the trucking companies was sought on February 11th. Knight Swift Transportation paid $9.9 million for their Downey, Santa Maria, and San Diego, California terminals, as well as their Roanoke, Virginia facility. A. Dewey Pyle paid $4.5 million for terminals in Bowling Green, Ohio, and Charleston, West Virginia. TFI International paid $700,000 for a terminal in Fayetteville, North Carolina. All 3 companies are reportedly looking to expand their LTL operations ahead of an expected freight market turnaround. Waiting for the better days to be arriving, which most analysts say, we've hit the bottom, trends are looking better. All right, it's a Monday, and hello to the Dingbat, the lovely Dingbat, for a post-Valentine's Day and Daytona 500 edition of Interesting Facts. First, hope you had a great weekend, as we had so much rain Saturday afternoon and evening. I wondered if Noah was doing Uber now. Brain Dead and Eskimo Mom Saturday night and into Sunday had some adventures in their runs with flooded out roadways. But today, Monday, notable birthdays, 1867. William Cadbury, the British chocolate inventor, was born. 1962 on this date, Lou Diamond Phillips was born. And Brain Dead wanted me to throw in, as in 1963, Michael Jordan was born. Now, of course, today is President's Day. It is also National Random Acts of Kindness Day. It's National Cafe au Lait Day, or in other words, a type of coffee drink. It is National Garbage Day, National Family Day, which in my opinion should be every day. And finally, it is National My Way Day, as in what, my way or the highway? All right, 844-3388. As we continue around the country, apprehending the bad guys, right? The illegals with criminal records. ICE enforcement and removal operations in Seattle last week, arresting an illegal migrant from China who was convicted of illicit drug manufacturing in the state of Washington. 42-year-old Howie Hu of China, taken into custody in Seattle. He was captured in a residential neighborhood while delivering packages for Amazon, no less. The ICE ERO Seattle posted a video of his arrest on X, showing a shackled Hu being escorted by federal immigration authorities into a police vehicle. The Chinese national was wearing an Amazon uniform vest at the time of the arrest. Court records show Hu pleaded guilty to 2 counts of manufacturing a controlled substance and 1 count of intentional possession of a controlled substance by a person not registered. This was back in 2019. He was sentenced to 12 months and 1 day in prison, followed by 12 months of supervised probation. According to the court filings, Hu had an illicit marijuana grow operation in Lewis County, Washington, convicted by the Superior Court of the state. Amazon had not responded to his arrest, and the Post-Millennial reached out for comment. Community members have questioned how this Chinese national was permitted to work for a company despite those criminal convictions and immigration status. It's not clear if Hu was employed by Amazon directly or possibly a third-party agency. The field office director said in a press release, ensuring public safety is always the utmost importance. Furthermore, the Federal Immigration Agency announced a series of additional recent arrests, all of which occurred in the so-called sanctuary city of Seattle. A 45-year-old Jorge Maradiaga of El Salvador arrested by ICE. According to court records, Maradiaga was arrested on probable cause for commercial sex abuse of a minor. In September of 23, he received official charges for the crime. In November of that year, booked into King County Jail. However, he was quickly released on the low bail by the King County Judge, Michael Scott. Now, he had a criminal trial scheduled for April 10 of this year before ICE took him into custody. He was also able to obtain a Washington state driver's license. Now, ICE Seattle also captured Shakaran, I can't even pronounce it, Arahojeye of Kazakhstan. The federal agency said he was unlawfully present in the United States and considered to be a threat to public safety. No state court records available for him. Obviously, since the Trump administration launched the mass deportation operations, on Inauguration Day, ICE Seattle has arrested numerous individuals unlawfully in the U.S. February 11, officers captured an El Salvadoran hitman wanted in the home county or country for kidnapping and homicide. They've also arrested several illegal migrants convicted and charged with serious offenses: child rape, sexual battery, assault with sexual motivation, and assault with deadly weapons. All right, see, Eagles back on board here this Monday morning. Welcome back.
Okay, yeah, I appreciate that. Steve, I wanted to get into the weather before I get back to NASCAR. A couple things I left off. I'm rolling back to Texas, probably from Daytona. I'll probably be leaving out tomorrow. I'm still at Daytona right now. But I see on the news, and I think you said on your report, it's supposed to be real cold in Texas. They say in Dallas they might even get a little bit of ice or either snow maybe on Wednesday or Thursday. It's supposed to be down to 12, 15 degrees or something. I think that's what they're talking about in Dallas.
Yes, sir. Yep.
Yeah, it's supposed to go all the way.
That is correct. You're going to be down in the teens all the way down to Dallas.
Yeah, that's what I'm hearing. Yeah, it's supposed to be real cold, and if they get any kind of rain or anything, that could turn into ice or snow. You never know what's going to happen. What's going to happen in Dallas, with the weather, Dallas don't have the equipment, that they need to take care of the roads. So it's my advice to anybody that's got a load headed towards Texas, later on this week on Wednesday or Thursday or maybe Friday, you better check the weather before you roll in the Dallas area, because it could be some bad stuff going on, and people in Dallas don't drive too good in bad weather, Steve. As you can go on YouTube and look at the videos of the accidents they have had in the past when they get bad road conditions. So, I try to stay out of Dallas, area when there's any kind of inclement weather. But it's definitely going to be cold, the cold area. I'm looking at Chicago. Weather. It's already cold in Chicago. Like they said tonight, it's like -1 or something like that, 0 in Chicago. I don't think they're getting no snow, but it's that cold air that's up north coming out of Canada is definitely going to be making its way all the way down to the bottom like it did a couple of weeks ago, when it, it even snowed in New Orleans and Florida. Florida got snow, shut down Interstate 10. So I don't think they're going to have as bad as this time, but, it's been a strange winter so far, with the weather, because at Daytona today, Steve, it was nice outside before the rain came in the morning. It was like about 80 degrees, and then when that rainstorm, I guess some of that cold air might be headed towards Florida, it got down in the 50s during the race. It was like 55, 56. The rain dropped the temperature big time. People had jackets and stuff on. Yeah, after I went back to the track, the cold air is coming. It got down into Florida. It's cold outside tonight, as a matter of fact, in Daytona. But like I say, the main thing is they got the race in, so people didn't have to come back the next day on Monday. A lot of people wouldn't have been able to attend. A lot of people had to get back to work. So NASCAR did a good job getting the track dried out, getting the cars back on the track. They finished at a decent time. They got the race in, before it was 10 o'clock at night. They already got the racing done. So I'm happy about that. But yeah, Steve, going back to the accident, I don't know if you get a chance. You need to take a look at the video of the in-car video of Ryan Preece. He had a camera in his car, and you can see the accident. The camera blacked out. You can see him when he went airborne. They got a camera facing him, and you can see his eyes light up, because he knew he was in trouble. Mm-hmm. And then when he hit the ground, the camera blacked out. Naturally, the camera blew out. Whatever happened to the camera, it wasn't no more pictures coming in, but you can clearly see. And then there's another car that's riding beside him, that right beside the accident. You can clearly see from his windshield Preece go up in the air. So it had to be scary for another driver to see a car go airborne like that as you're going down the track. Luckily he didn't land on another vehicle. Could have been even worse. Could have been even worse than that. But you know something, Steve. As I look at the video, if anybody, you go back and look at this accident, you look just like Brain Dead said. Like he said, the bottom of that car is like a plain skid pad. And I know they're going for lightweight and aerodynamics, but I think that might be part of what the problem is. If you look at the bottom of the car, it's just there's nothing there on the bottom, to try to help it stay on the ground. So I think that might be part of the problem, and NASCAR needs to take a real close look at that, because Denny Hamlin, he could have easily went airborne in his accident today, because he was at the front of the field when he got spun out. He was sideways. In the middle of the track. Luckily, he didn't get T-boned. I don't know how he got to avoid that, but I think that's one of the reasons why these cars might be going in the air. Because NASCAR, they had a problem last year with cars going in the air, and like one guy said in the video, they didn't try to address it. So they need to take a look at that. But you should see some of the comments, Steve. I was looking at some of the comments on TikTok while I was on hold, and some of these people ought to be ashamed of themselves for what they saying about Ryan Preece. After his interview, he was saying, when he talking about the dangers that somebody's going to eventually get hurt or even killed. And you got people on TikTok saying, well, the dangers of driving a car 200 miles an hour. If you don't want to, if you're scared to drive, get out of the car. Why would you say something so mean like that? To tell this man is, worried about his safety, and somebody's going to put in the comments, if you're worried about safety or your life, find another occupation. Or if you're going 200 miles an hour, you know what the dangers are. So don't complain about, just shut up and drive the car. Those type of comments are just totally unnecessary to say that type of stuff. This man here is doing the right thing. He has a right to comment on, if he thinks that something wasn't right in the accident, and he shouldn't be called a coward or he's scared to drive because of the accident. So, people, you got these keyboard heroes, these guys that hide behind the internet that like to make comments. I guarantee they wouldn't say that to the guy's face, but they talk all kind of trash on the internet. You got these tough Rambos, tough guys that talk a lot of trash on behind the camera, but won't say it to nobody's face. But one quick note, Steve, about politics before I hang up with you right quick. One quick note about the politics. Elon Musk and Donald Trump are doing the deal, Steve. They are getting to the bottom. Maybe you can go over, I think you've already gone over some of the lists, some of the spending that these people have been doing in the Biden administration, such as buying condoms for countries for some reason, spending money, Steve, on hotel rooms for illegal immigrants, giving out telephones to illegal immigrants, giving out airline flight, bus tickets, all this money that's been spent unnecessarily, Steve, on people that don't even belong in this country. And Donald Trump is getting to the bottom of it, and it's going to come to a stop. And the number one guy, Steve, the number one ripoff man that ripped the United States off for the last 4 years is good old Zelensky from Ukraine. That man there, they gave him so much money, I lost track. I don't even know what the total amount is. Maybe you can get that up after I hang up with you. I don't even know how much money they gave this man. But I got bad news for Mr. Zelensky. I told you this before. The bank is closed, my man. Find another country to get your money from, Zelensky. You want to fight a war, brother? You fund it yourself or find somebody else to fund it. But Donald J. Trump is not going to fund your war any longer with Vladimir Putin, my man. So either you end the war with Russia or you find somebody else to fund your bogus war. But Donald Trump is not going to be giving you $4 or $5 million every couple of weeks like good old sleepy Joe Biden. The fun is over, Steve. The fun is over. Now it's time to play hardball, and that's exactly the way it's supposed to be played. And I thank you for taking my call.
All right, Eagle, thank you very much. It was rather interesting. Somebody late last week mentioned AOC, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, was actually sharing information with illegals of how to remain under the radar. And is that not criminal? It's akin to aiding and abetting criminals, right? Well, apparently, Thursday evenings, the border czar, Tom Homan, appeared on the Ingram Angle with Laura Ingram, and she was asking him about AOC. Was she hindering the federal government's efforts to crack down on known criminal aliens? Probably not the words AOC wanted to hear. He said that he had emailed the Deputy Attorney General to make that determination. Today, Laura says, Tom, you got AOC out there, the Congresswoman, putting out a webinar, doing a webinar to help illegals avoid apprehension, giving tips about how to continue to remain in the country and ultimately game the system. To which Tom responded, yes, and I sent an email today to the Deputy Attorney General. At what level is that impediment? I'm not an attorney. I'm not a prosecutor. Is that impediment? Is that impeding our law enforcement efforts? If so, what are we going to do about it? Is she crossing the line? So I'm working with the Department of Justice in finding out where is that line that they crossed. So maybe AOC is going to be in trouble now. But I need the Attorney General, Assistant Attorney General, to chime in on that because there is an impediment. It's impediment in my opinion, but again, I am not a prosecutor. I need some further guidance on that. But again, if we have to take every federal dollar out of that city, we're done. This is about public safety. This is about community safety. Knowingly releasing a public safety threat back into the public is just stupid. You're putting the public at greater risk. You're putting our officers at greater risk. You're even putting the illegal alien at great risk because anything can happen when an arrest takes place on the street. So we just want to make common sense in sanctuary cities. Now, if they want to step aside, step aside. We're coming. We're going to do it for you. And if you don't want to make your community safer, well, President Trump is going to. So interesting, he points out, I'm not a lawyer. I'm not a prosecutor. I can't make those determinations, but the Attorney General has been notified to make that determination. Others, maybe you need to take note to some of the mayors and leaders in some of these sanctuary cities. They're not messing around. We close out another hour. Hey, the midnight hour comes up on the West Coast. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Scheid Diesel has you covered.
USA Radio News, I'm Chuck Brady. Several Trump administration officials are headed to Saudi Arabia to initiate peace talks between Russia and Ukraine. National Security Advisor Mike Waltz and Special Envoy to the Middle East Steve Witkoff made the trip over the weekend. This move comes just a few days after President Donald Trump said he'd spoken with Russian President Putin about ending his war on Ukraine. Trump said Putin agreed to start negotiations immediately. While the exact conditions are unclear, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has indicated Ukraine should cede all the territory that was invaded by the Russian army, and also said that the U.S. would be opposed to Ukraine joining NATO. Zelensky says his country will not recognize any of its territory occupied by Russia as part of Russia. Appearing on NBC's Meet the Press, he said no amount of negotiations will get Ukraine to change its borders.
We will never do it. It's not about any negotiations. We will never speak about it.
He went on to say that Ukraine needs security guarantees from the United States, emphasizing that his country joining NATO is the cheapest way to ensure regional stability. Secretary of State Marco Rubio visited Jerusalem over the weekend and met with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. It was Rubio's first trip to the region as Secretary of State, and it comes as President Trump has vowed that the U.S. would take over the Gaza Strip and relocate the Palestinians. Rubio says he wants all hostages held by Hamas to be released as soon as possible.
There are some that are supposed to be released coming up next weekend. We expect that to happen, but we'd like to see them all come out. We're not in favor of waiting weeks and weeks. Now, that may be the process that's in place because of the deal, but we would like to see them all out as soon as possible.
Rubio told CBS Face the Nation he's working closely with the Israeli government to secure the immediate release of the hostages despite the agreement outlined in the ceasefire deal. America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA1. That's 800-JBS-USA1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA1 today.
Planning on retiring in the not-too-distant future? 2 states not to go to, Kentucky and Louisiana. Sarah Lee Kessler has more.
Wallet Hub looked at 46 indicators of retirement friendliness, everything from tax rates, cost of living, access to quality medical care, and fun things to do. Kentucky came in dead last, followed by Louisiana, Mississippi, Washington, New Mexico, and New Jersey. The best states to retire? Florida is number 1, followed by Minnesota, Colorado, Wyoming, and South Dakota. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
While the bird flu continues to see the rise of chickens and egg prices in stores, there's something else to worry about in South Texas, the measles. A measles outbreak is spreading through South Texas, with the Texas Department of State Health Services saying the number of measles cases has doubled in 1 week. So far, at least 48 identified cases and more than a dozen people have been hospitalized because of the outbreak. It's been detected in 4 southern counties in Texas. In a statement, the health officials warn that the highly contagious nature of this disease will likely lead to even more cases. Elon Musk has been busy, and no, not just cutting government expenses. Ashley St. Clair, a conservative writer and author, said that he fathered his 13th child recently. The child is now 5 months old, and she came forward before she said the tabloids were going to expose the matter. Chuck Brady, USA Radio
News. In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Brand new day. I hope you had a good weekend. Hey, good morning to Fred. Tuning in via the YouTube feed this Monday morning. James says Trump's now planning to audit the Fort Knox Gold Reserve. And they're talking about maybe laying off thousands of IRS employees. DOJ continues the task. Cutting out the bureaucracy. And I guess Friday, more than 9,500 workers who handle everything from managing federal lands to caring for military veterans. Workers at the Departments of Interior, Energy, Veterans Affairs, Agriculture, Health and Human Services. Many had their employment terminated in a drive that so far has largely but not exclusively targeted probationary employees who are in their first year on the job. Some agencies have been essentially shuttered, such as the independent watchdog known as the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, where cuts also hit workers on fixed-term contracts. The IRS is indeed preparing to fire thousands of workers this week, according to several familiar with the matter. A move that could squeeze resources ahead of the April 15 deadline. The firings reported by Reuters and other major media outlets are in addition to the roughly 75,000 workers who've taken a buyout that was offered to get them to leave voluntarily, according to the White House. Trump said the federal government is too bloated, too much money lost to waste and fraud. We have become $36 trillion in debt. We've ran a $1.8 trillion deficit just last year. And there is bipartisan agreement on the need for reform. Democrats say Trump's encroaching on the legislature's constitutional authority over federal spending, even as his fellow Republicans who control majorities in both chambers have largely supported the moves. Critics questioning the blunt force approach of Elon Musk, the world's richest person. The Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent on Friday shrugging off those concerns, trying to compare Musk's Department of Government efficiency to a financial audit. These are serious people. They're going from agency to agency. They are doing an audit looking for best practices, he explained. Musk is relying on some of the young engineers to manage this campaign, and their early cuts appear to be driven more by ideology than driving down costs, according to some. All right, let's see. About 1,200 to 2,000 workers at the Department of Energy were laid off. Those layoffs have been partly rescinded in order to retain essential nuclear security workers. It's not clear how many of the 325 firings were rescinded. They later said was less than 50 people, those that oversee the nuclear stockpile. And they kind of explained that. That was making headlines over the weekend. It is 844-844-3388. All right, Horse Feather's back on board. Hey, what day is it? Mike?
Yeah, well, I guess Captain Ron already took care of all that for us, didn't he? Didn't he say something about today being the greatest day of the week or something?
He tried to explain
we'll
that.
have to see.
Yeah.
Did he? Yeah, try. Yeah. Well, yeah, maybe he should get back there with Webster a little bit more and work on that definition some more, right? But anyway, so here on the news there that the great people of the Ukraine there, they don't want. Do you think their border is going to stay on the map the way it was before, Your Honor? Or do you think there might be a little update to that border, kind of like the Gulf down there got updated? Do you think there might be a little update on the way?
If they're ever going to come to some sort of a resolution, they're going to have to be some give and take. I mean, now here's Zelensky's trying to say that we're not going to concede any land that's been taken. I don't know that unless they just want to keep the war going.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. So I think there might be a little update to the current world maps there to see where all the borders are. But and I think if he still has hopes of being in part of NATO, I think that might be kind of going away too. So speaking of people squeaking a little bit, it sounds like the people over in Europe there are squeaking a little bit about having to step up a little bit there for the participation with Gaza and everything there too. Doesn't sound like they're all real happy about having to pay their fair share over there, does it?
Right.
Anyway, but so anyway, I got to see a little bit of the race there. I watched some of the beginning of it before I decided I need to take a nap. And well, we've got 8 laps in, Your Honor, and the skies cut loose. And well, I watched a little bit of the interviews and stuff they had. The drivers got out of their cars, but after that, I decided it was time to take a nap there. So I don't know. I woke up there. It was somewhere in the middle of the second stage there, and so they said at one point there that they had 32 cars on the lead lap, and there was 1.5 or 1.6 seconds from first place to 32nd place, Your Honor. That's a lot of cars moving really fast.
They're all bunched up together.
You get 32 cars, yeah.
Three abreast. Yep.
Yep, and a lot of 3-wide racing, and they handled it for the most part pretty good. And did you happen to see who came in third place, Your Honor? We've been talking about first and stuff, and the wrecks and stuff, but did you happen to see who came in third, Your Honor?
Oh, I broke down the top 10 earlier, but I can't recall who it was.
Yeah, it was that 7-time champion there. Of course,
Jimmy.
You got to put an asterisk next to his name there because he was a 7-time champion with the new style of championship. So it wasn't the old point system. But yeah, Jimmy Johnson. Wait, I thought he retired, Your Honor. Didn't they put him out to pasture? Where did they get back in the race?
Yeah, they all come out for like a one and done. I don't know how many races he's going to be in this year. I don't know. Somebody said that Helio Castroneves, what he wrecked out.
Yeah, it wasn't too far. He was one of the beginning wrecks there. He got, and that wasn't his fault. He got tangled up by somebody else. You know, he got collected up by another part of the wreck, so it wasn't his fault. Now, he was the provisional, right? The number 41 car provisional.
I do believe, yes.
So anyway, perchance he had won, he wouldn't have collected any of the winnings or any of the for any type of victory. But as it ended up, we didn't have to worry about that situation. But here's my prayer, Your Honor. Now, last week you said that there were 49 cars that were trying to get into the greatest race here, and if I remember correctly, didn't they used to race with cars on the track? I mean, and it wasn't just the big super speedways. It was like all the way down to Bristol and Richmond and all the little track, and even Martinsburg. They raced with 43 cars on the track. What happened to the other 3 cars, Your Honor? How come we don't race the other 3 cars anymore?
I don't remember what year it was, but they cut back on the number of the starting field. That is correct.
And that was due to the fact they couldn't get enough cars to actually participate to make 43. But you'd think if you have more than enough cars to make 43, especially if you have 49, where people are going to be, challenging to see who's in and who's out, doesn't NASCAR make more money by having more cars on the track? I mean, it would just kind of, you think it would kind of be the way, that would be the way it would be, that, that they, unless when they've done all this rearranging to have those, maybe they did away with all the pit stalls and maybe they shortened up pit lane or something so they can't fit them all in anymore. But it just seems to me like, you'd still want to have a couple more cars in there if you had the possibility. They did add this one special provisional, so I don't know. It was just seems to me that, if it's the big greatest race and the biggest race of the year, that they would have been able to accommodate a couple more teams to be able to actually get in there and race too. So, but anyways, it's all over and done with this year. Maybe they'll look into it next year and see if they do. But yeah, I remember back in the day there. I mean, there used to be 55, 57 teams show up there to try to get into the Daytona 500.
A whole bunch of them would be going home.
So anyways, yeah, there would. But anyways, other than that, I don't know, not a whole lot going on. We got, it's a little bit breezy out here, Your Honor. Have you noticed any breeze there around the secret bunker?
I think it's a little more than a breeze. It's pretty damn windy.
Yeah, they got the bridges there here in Maryland. They got either at least wind warnings up, and most of them have wind restrictions. So any of the bigger bridges there, they're restricting empty tractor trailers on. So plan your route, check your route accordingly, because if you're running the 5301 from the Eastern Shore to the mainland Maryland, or either way there, east or west, they got that restricted to a 65,000-pound weight limit. If you don't weigh at least 65,000 pounds, they're not letting you across the bridge, and they're not letting multi-combination. So if you got the little pups, the wiggle wagons, I believe they're restricting them and not allowing them on the bridge. And the other bridge here I found going down out of Maryland into Virginia on 301. It's named after one of the governors. I forget. It's spelled nice, but I believe they pronounced his name Nice. So anyways, they had that bridge restricted. No house trailers, which I would assume would, unless somebody's moving their mobile home somewhere in the dark overnight, that they meant like recreational vehicles, and also no empty tractor trailers. So when we went across that bridge, we just had heavy thoughts in our minds when we went across the bridge there, because nobody questioned us. But it is always good to be round in this type of weather environment. So really, I haven't hardly felt any wind at all in my travels. But it's quite obvious that it's going on, because these car dealerships, one of them actually brought their flag in for the wind, and the one that left it out there, they have a decent sized flag, not as big as the one that was taken down, but they have a decent sized flag. I'm not even sure. It's probably a good 20-25 feet from the pole out to the flying end of it there, and That flag was right out straight, Your Honor.
Yep.
There wasn't even hardly a wrinkle in that flag. It was right out straight. So there's definitely a pretty good breeze pushing on that. And anyways, so what is your grand prediction for us for Wednesday, Thursday? Because our local TV forecasters there, they didn't give us a number yet. They say that, depends on whether the one model shows the storm being a little bit of a southerly track, or the other model shows it being a little bit of a northerly track.
Right.
And they didn't. They said either way we're getting snow, but nobody put a number on it. And I did hear one person there at the local farm store when I stopped in Saturday morning. They were talking about a storm, and they'd heard a prediction that it could be anywhere from 1 to 14 inches. But I'm not sure exactly how that calculation came about. But the other thing I did catch on one of our little local newscasts was that our local county is supposedly out of salt. So I guess no matter how much gets put down, we're gonna be like we're in New Orleans there, thinking we're waiting for the sun to come out to melt it all before we can go anywhere. So I guess we'll have to see how much you and the AccuWeather gods actually decide to bless us with. But do you have any estimations yet? Have you come across any models to give estimations of whether it's going to be inches or feet?
The latest from AccuWeather says that it could be the biggest storm of the season for D.C. and Baltimore. So I think the biggest so far in D.C. was 7.2 inches, I think it was. And they may break that. They're saying, let's see, Richmond, Virginia, Washington, D.C., right now they're saying maybe could see 6 to 12 inches. Some areas across the mid-Atlantic could see 2 feet. Again, depends on the track of the storm. If it becomes a nor'easter, and that's one of the models say it could actually become a nor'easter, that'd be throwing all that moisture inland over there in the cold air.
Yeah, absolutely. That would definitely give us a chance to 18, 20 inches, 2 feet. That definitely could happen. And well, as long as it all stays cold and stays snow, and we don't end up with snow and then warming up, and then a lot of times those storms end up, we'll get that warmth coming in from the south with all that stuff coming up, and then they'll start changing that sleet, freezing rain, and then we end up with a big icing event with the snow, and then it gets ugly. So, but yeah, as you said there, DC, that last storm we had, they had somewhere, Jim, as I say, just shy 8 inches of snow there. So if we get that'll definitely push that. Our biggest storm up in northern Maryland, there's still been right about 4, maybe 5 inches there. The one we had back in the beginning of January, I think we had. So, but anyways, other than that, that's about what we got going for you. But it's still 36, 37 degrees around here. So I just left Richmond area there a little bit ago. So we're still above the freezing mark, and just kind of waiting to see what the day brings. But the few clouds we got there, they're moving across the sky at a pretty high rate of pace. But I know what, I had one last thing for you, Your Honor, and Braindead touched on it there. He talked about that new EV Blazer. Did you hear what the speed is for that to get from 0 to 60?
I have not.
Did you hear how long it takes that little EV? 3.4 seconds, they were saying on the air there yesterday during the race. 3.4 seconds for that little EV Blazer to get up to 60 miles an hour. So
wow.
I guess that might set you back in the seat. I don't know how bad that drains the battery. I mean, they didn't say how much, battery draw there is on that. So, I mean, if 0 to 60 in 3.4 seconds, your battery might be half gone there. And,
right.
By the time you get to 60 mile an hour, I'm not sure, Your Honor. But we'll have to investigate more into that. And I'm sure if you were towing a trailer there, it would kind of affect the battery performance a little bit too. But anyways, all right. I guess with that, Your Honor, we'll let you do some due diligence there and see how we can make out. And if we see anything drastic or crazy, we'll give you a call back there, maybe in the loneliest hour.
All right, which we're not too far away from that, are we? Rolling up on the bottom of the hour news break. Hey, update from OOIDA Friday. Truckers who missed the opportunity to voice their opinions about a proposal to improve broker transparency, you're going to have another chance. A notice that is scheduled to be published in the Federal Register on Tuesday, tomorrow, February the 18th. The FMCSA announced that they're going to reopen the comment period another 30 days. Now, it's November of last year, they issued that notice of proposed rulemaking that aims to strengthen existing broker transparency regulations. These regulations have been on the books since the 1980s, but oftentimes they are not enforced. Their proposal includes 4 main provisions: requiring brokers to keep their records in an electronic format, that records contain information about charges and payments connected to the shipment, including a description, amount, and dates, as well as any claims connected to the shipment. It affirms that brokers have a regulatory obligation to provide transaction records, and it requires brokers to provide an electronic copy of records within 48 hours after a carrier makes a request. Now, in that initial 60-day comment period that ended on January 21st, the FMCSA said they received more than 4,800 comments. That number will now increase as the public's been given another month to weigh in. This new comment period scheduled to run through March 20th. Apparently, on January 19th, the Small Business and Transportation Coalition requested the FMCSA to extend the comment period either from 14 to 30 days due to the level of public interest in the topic of broker transparency. And 4,800 comments, that's probably the largest number on an FMCSA docket since they were taking comments about the speed limiter devices, which garnered, what was it, like 15,000? Either way, the OOIDA and the Small Business Transportation Coalition petitioned to launch a rulemaking on broker transparency all the way back in 2020. All right, once the comment period reopens on Tuesday, you can go to the website fightingfortruckers.com, and they'll have the links and the information there. Or you can go straight to the regulations.gov website. You do need a docket number, and that docket number would be FMCSA-2023-0257-0001. Probably the easiest thing to remember is fightingfortruckers.com, the website. Unless you got a crayon handy there to write down the docket number, but you do need the dashes in there as well. 844-844-3388, the number to dial us up on a Monday morning, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in The coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense. Available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Power Stroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear says at least 8 people are dead after severe flooding across the state.
Stay off the roads. If you hit water, turn around.
He emphasized the emergency phase is expected to last a few more days until floodwaters recede. Elon Musk says the U.S. should delete entire agencies in order to cut waste and reduce bureaucracy.
The tech billionaire who heads the new Department of Government Efficiency made the comments on a video call to the World Government Summit in Dubai Thursday.
Kind of like if leaving a weed, if you don't remove the roots of the weed, then it's easy for the weed to grow back. But if you remove the roots of the weed, it doesn't stop weeds from ever growing back, but it makes it harder.
Musk said reducing the size of government will end the rule of the bureaucracy and restore the rule of the people. He also said America should stay out of the affairs of other nations and mind its own business. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
From America's News Network, this is USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MetaShare. Maybe you've heard joining MetaShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MetaShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE 40. 855-SHARE-40.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
All right, back at it here. Monday. Someone say the greatest day of the week. I don't believe so. Let's get to Plowboy. What's going on, Plowboy?
Well, good morning, Steve. Oh, not too much, but how many of the pictures did you see of that wreck out there at the tunnel?
Reason
why I'm asking.
Several of them.
AP had some pictures. There was 4 of them. I think it was yesterday morning, this being Saturday morning.
Mm-hmm.
And it almost looked like there was a wreck on the outside of the tunnel because there was a truck. I don't know whether you even noticed it, but his trailer was all bent up, and he's already out of the tunnel there, Steve. And I just wondering if it wasn't a first accident that, you know how we've seen that happen in storms and anywhere else. You'll have an accident that slowed the traffic down, and all of a sudden you got 2, maybe 3 accidents working. But because there was a trailer that just looks like it's been buckled in a way, that's the reason why I was asking that question. But I don't know, that's a bad ordeal, and you know, I've thought about that many a time, and I had a couple, 2 or 3 near misses in some of them tunnels. One out there in the Keystone, which I really did not care about because, and heck, that was on a good, nice, clear day when you didn't even have no rhyme or reason to worry about going through a tunnel and getting hit. But I mean, it just, and then again, at times they kind of like to run nose to tail out in them tunnels, and I'll stand corrected if I'm wrong. I think that's a 60-mile-an-hour tunnel too. So, and you're coming up 75 into 65, about a mile and a half out of that tunnel, and as you're coming out, that goes in a curve. If I remember right, Steve, I think it's about a mile and a half down the road that goes in the curve out of that tunnel. So I'm just looking at, could have been something already going on. But I don't know. They said they were going to route them through town. I think that's off on 30, if I remember right, to get them around it. Then they were going to run east-west through both on that eastbound tunnel, from what I'd been gathering. And I got a friend of mine, and he's been kind of watching that out there because he runs that area quite a bit. All I know is what I've been told. So I don't really know, but yeah, if they do that, that's going to be they're running through that town. That's not a friendly route because we've had to jump off there before because of prior accidents, not in the town, but down the road from that area. And that's, like I said, it's not a friendly town. But
well, I'm not sure. Do you have any idea what the length of that tunnel is? Because, I mean, the pictures I was seeing looks like, I mean, all the wiring and all the lighting and everything that would be overhead and whatnot, everything's charred, burnt out, and obviously, I mean, they've got to get the lighting fixed because it'd be pitch black in there.
Yes, sir. And that's going to be honestly, it's a year better being out if they had to go through and replace that ceiling and all that lighting fixtures, because that's not a friendly tunnel. And any tunnel is not friendly, but it's not near as bad as it would be like going under, out there. No, hell, that one out there on 64 that goes out there in Virginia underneath the bay out there. But I don't know. This is, I sure feel for the ones that was trying to get in there and to fight that damn thing, because that's another thing. If it happened, if the fire was in the middle of that tunnel, see, you can't get the fire equipment to that damn thing.
Right.
There'd be no way you'd be walking right. Honestly, that'd be damn near like they're trying to fight that blaze, or that, whatever you want to call it, the master catastrophe up there at 9/11. No way to get to it, no way to reach it. Because I don't know anybody's got any hose that damn long. I mean it, totally. And plus, carrying out anybody that was injured, that was all on foot. God bless their hearts that had to get any of the injuries out of it. I And for anybody that was sitting there, that I had to sit there and wait on the accident investigation to come up there and work it. Steve, I don't know. I guess PTSD is coming back from me from 9/11. But I think I'd probably pull my damn hair out. Really, I do. But well, one thing about weather here, they're calling for 11 below our coldest, with 3 to 6 inches beginning tomorrow night and into Wednesday morning. I do have a question. Here, what, 2 weeks ago, sir? 3? Weren't you talking about a big freighter out there on some coast that was hung aground that had a bunch of salt on it?
Seems like I had something along that line, boy, but yeah, like I've slept since then.
Me too. But no, I just hearing Horse Feather talking about his county without salt. That's the reason why I had to ask that one. It's just trying to figure out where it was. But have you heard the dumbest thing in an idea? Coming up, I guess, the next election in the New York area, who in the hell would vote for Andrew Cuomo, the ex-governor, to be the governor of New York City?
I keep seeing that he's debating on actually making a run once again. I don't know. The people of New York, I mean, you see what they elect over and over again. I don't know. I wouldn't put it past them.
Well, sir, I'm just going off of all mishandling of the COVID.
Yes.
And how he was putting them people in the nursing homes and all that. I'm thinking he's got, let me just be blunt with it. He's got too much blood on his hands to even think of about attempting. Brain Dead brought up something about the Dodge coming back. I'm asking everybody on this one. Is that actually a Dodge, that pickup? Because I've had that question ever since we went to dropping the name Dodge and calling it Ram. Kind of understand what I'm trying to get at.
Mm-hmm.
Because I can see in the car market, still got a Dodge Charger, but the pickup series, they've gotten away from that word Dodge, which I've had all three in my life, and honestly, I don't care about buying a Ram just because they left the Dodge market. But I don't know. It just kind of something. I was kind of surprised when he said that Dodge looking at it. I'm glad there's nobody else coming in from another country.
The Hondas?
Oh my God, Steve. That would be a proverbial nightmare. And somebody brought up about that EV here just moments before your news break. And there would be no way. Ford is actually, I believe, has came out in writing and said that the F-150 is not intended to pull any type of a trailer because that, what is it, the Lightning package, that one with the EV,
mm-hmm.
They don't know how to control it. Not to control it, but the wind resistance, the drag, and whatever. Hell, they do good enough to be able to get a car from point to point versus dragging, 500-pound difference of weight could throw you either running out of battery power or making it to it. There's too many. I'll put it this way. That EV is an algebraic problem from hell because I couldn't trust it. Plus, what was I reading? Some of these places, one of them I even read somewhere, I think, you don't fully charge that battery. You only put like 80%. Have you seen that?
I've heard
I've
heard where they say you don't fully charge them. I guess you increase the risk potentially of a fire, battery fire.
Oh, Steve, have you still got me, Steve?
Yes, sir.
Oh, well, I was going to say you were talking about that. I don't play with the damn things and never have. Never. I honestly, I'd probably go Amish buggy laughingly before I would be an EV person. But you seen how many? Correct me on pronunciation, please. RYOBI. It's a type of lawnmower equipment.
Yeah.
But basically, they're recalling every damn one of them because of the fire. And they were very skeptical of them. And I'm hoping with this new initiative, I'm hoping this all goes by the wayside. But there was one other question I had to ask. Being we're always looking at storms nationwide, wherever you're at, what do you think about the idea of NOAA getting looked at and being kind of disposed of? Have you seen that?
Well, it's because they're all about what the green, the climate change and all that.
I can understand that side of it, but no, I was just looking at the weather that every part of this country. I kind of like to be able. I can kind of deal with it, listen to the negatives about the climate change and all that, but I'm looking at NOAA. I like to know we got a tornado going to be coming around this area. That's why I brought that one up. But all right, thank you, Steve. Appreciate it, brother. Everybody have a safe night.
All right, thank you very much. Yeah, I didn't catch the Ryobi recall. I guess that's correct. It's the lawnmowers though, because I've got several. Ryobi. Got the hedge trimmer, the weed eater. Yeah, what else? Young Steven, he's got the Ryobi blower. They all run it on the batteries. Ryobi, the major power tool brand, marketing a wide range of products: drills, grinders, chainsaws, lawnmowers. Ryobi tools, a solid choice for homeowners and do-it-yourself enthusiasts. That does not mean they are free from occasional performance and quality issues. There are a number of Ryobi tools you should avoid, at least according to some people who've used them. That being said, a power tool delivering underwhelming performance is not necessarily a reason to pull it from the market. Manufacturing defects, regulatory violations, safety concerns are credible reasons, and they can lead to a recall. That's exactly what happened with certain models of Ryobi's 40-volt brushless 21-inch cordless walk-behind mowers here a few days ago. If you own one, you're probably wondering whether it's affected, what steps you should take to ensure your safety, and how to get a replacement. All right, the Consumer Product Safety Commission stated in a notice that Ryobi 40-volt brushless 21-inch cordless walk-behind mowers are being recalled due to a fire hazard from an overheating connector inside the power head. They've released a list of specific model numbers and serial numbers affected by the recall. These can be found on the mowers themselves, or inside the green mower housing. Now, I'm not going to go through all the recalled numbers, but you can find that on the website. These were sold between February of 2021 and January of this year. Yeah, some folks might have got one for Christmas, right? Price ranging from $500 to $700. Like most Ryobi tools, these are available at Home Depot, Direct Tools Factory outlet stores, HomeDepot.com. They were manufactured in Anderson, South Carolina by TTI Outdoor Power Equipment. But there's a number of models and serial numbers that you'll find on the list there. Fire hazard. Knuckle Buster back on board into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Was asking about, what are the latest predictions? You're trying to get the latest numbers. You picked up some snow last week, and you may do the same again this week. Could be the biggest of the season thus far later this week. Welcome back, Knuckle Buster.
Thanks for having me in again there, Mr. Steve Sommers. Well, it hasn't gotten any warmer. I was at 32 over in Arkansas, and I'm down here to 31 down here about halfway across eastern Texas. But Dallas will be here before I know it. Well, I hope they all stay safe up there in that cold tundra up there, because it's supposed to get about 3 inches down there at Memphis on hump day. So when I get back in Tuesday morning, I'm going to show them what a fair weather truck driver looks like to stay with Tennessee, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, sound like a good idea to me, too. Who'd you say won that race?
Briscoe, the back-to-back wins. He won it last year.
He's driving the number 24 car.
I'm sorry, it's William Byron. I said Briscoe. It's William Byron. William Byron.
Was he driving the number 24 car?
That would be affirmative. The number 24, Hendricks Motorsports.
Well, what the hell is he doing driving Jeff Gordon's car then? Oh, wait a minute. Jeff Gordon's a retread now, right?
Correct. He's a commentator.
Yeah, all right. Well, that's fine. I guess he can be like TB12 there, right? Oh man, this crazy weather there. I'm not for it. I don't mind the cold, but I can just stay in the truck, turn the heater up a little bit higher. But that snow, I just ain't gonna mess with it there. So I ain't no need to. Well, let's finish this up right now. Let's get a simplified shout out to Trucking Phil. Steve, he needs to call in one morning instead of sending us just an email. We want him to join in the repertoire. Until then, keep it on. Enjoyed the Gab Fest this morning with you. So, y'all buy some Stabile product, buy some Hot Shot Secret product, some Steve Summers Overnight Drive products too. We want to keep Steve in a job this morning there. I guess I'll call in and at least say something during that loneliest hour. We're almost on that thing, aren't we?
Yes, indeed.
Yeah,
Got about 2 minutes left, and we'll be kicking off the news break. Yeah, final hour ahead, but we do have clear lines here on a Monday at 844-844-3388. Hockey fans, I know out there, Brother Rambler is one. Brain Dead, I know he shared a video of the Team USA versus Team Canada. A little rocking and rolling going on here. According to the reports, there was some booing by, I guess, Canada fans during the United States national anthem being played prior to the puck drop. They booed our anthem. Well, within the first 9 seconds of the game, like every time the puck would drop, a new fight would start. We then netted 3 unanswered goals. And by the way, we blast Freebird after each goal and blew them out in their own stadium. Team USA. But yeah, it's, that's the only sport you can do this in, right? You're not allowed to, football, baseball, basketball, but hockey, for whatever reason. They drop the gloves. You may get your damn helmet knocked off, but the refs kind of stand back for a period of time and let them duke it out. And oftentimes there's blood drawn. Sometimes get the living, knocked out of you. Let them do their thing. But Team USA, how about that? I've seen a whole bunch of folks sharing that. Brother Rambler said it's kind of like going back to the old days, the way hockey was meant to be. All right, get our final hour just ahead. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says his country will not recognize any of its territory occupied as Russia as being part of Russia. While appearing on NBC's Meet the Press, Zelensky said no amount of negotiations will get Ukraine to change its borders.
Even Crimea, we will never recognize it, because in years, all things which are Ukrainian will be Ukrainian.
This comes after President Trump said last week it's unlikely Ukraine will get back all the territory it lost in the war as part of a peace deal. President Trump is looking to end COVID-19 vaccination mandates in schools.
He signed an executive order Friday that will bar schools that still have mandates from receiving federal funds. Trump had promised to withhold funding from schools that had vaccine or mask mandates during his campaign. According to the nonprofit Immunize.org, no state had any COVID vaccine requirements for K-12 students as of last May. Meanwhile, out of the more than 1,200 schools the No College Mandates organization tracks, 15 had a form of COVID vaccine mandate as of December. I'm Brian Shook.
At least 1 in 5 American women over the age of 50 has osteoporosis, but many don't know it.
Updated guidelines from the U.S. Preventative Services Task Force recommend women 65 and older should have a bone density scan to screen for the bone disease. Osteoporosis is often described as a silent disease because there are few, if any, symptoms until someone fractures a bone, usually in the hip, wrist, or spine. Women who have gone through menopause are at highest risk of bone loss, although it can also affect men. I'm Jim Forbes.
AAA reports that the average price for a gallon of gasoline is $3.15 right now. The highest prices are found in Kauai, Hawaii, $5.18 a gallon. Lowest prices are in Jones County, Mississippi at $2.54 a gallon. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Lisa Wolf here to tell you about our newest website for old-time radio lovers. It's 100radioshows.com. At this site, there are 5 old-time radio shows waiting for you to download free as our gift to you for listening to this radio show. And be sure to browse the additional 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. For nearly 40 years, Carl Amari has been licensing the rights to classic radio shows, including Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, My Favorite Husband, Dragnet, The Lone Ranger, and many more. Today, Carl has over 100,000 classic radio shows, and because he works with the owners and estates, they provide the master recordings, which are superior sound quality. 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. This is a limited-time offer, so log on to 100radioshows.com. That's 100radioshows.com.
President Trump met Thursday with Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi at the White House.
He lauded the relationship between the two countries in a press conference afterwards.
The U.S.-India Compact for the 21st century is a historic initiative that will deepen every aspect of our partnership and our friendship.
Trump said the United States this year would increase military sales to India by many billions of dollars. He also took shots at the previous administration, saying Biden did not take care of the long-running disparities in the trading relationship between the two countries, which Trump says is now the best it's ever been. The Prime Minister's visit follows a controversial U.S. deportation flight earlier this month that saw over 100 Indian migrants return to their home country. I'm Mark Mayfield.
Brooke Rollins is set to lead the Department of Agriculture.
The Senate confirmed Rollins 72-28 to head the USDA. Democrats agreed to shorten floor time after the Senate Agricultural Committee voted to move forward her nomination unanimously. Rollins is expected to work with lawmakers on the stalled farm bill and on assistance for farmers. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
Tomorrow is President's Day, and here's what you'll likely be doing.
The National Retail Federation says around 100 million people are expected to shop this President's Day weekend. Not as many shoppers as Black Friday, but there are deep discounts on products to get you off the couch and into a store. Retail Me Not says big-ticket items will be the deal. Think large appliances, mattresses, and cars. But the day actually celebrates George Washington and Abraham Lincoln. I'm Bree Tennis.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Good morning, guys. I just want to warn you, traffic is tough out there.
We are here for you to tell you how to keep safe.
Everybody who is listening needs to take cover as soon as they can.
To provide the music, talk, and sports you love. And to deliver the news that matters to you. We are the voices you can trust. We are live and local. We are America's broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and tell Congress you depend on your local radio stations.
Message and data rates may apply. You may receive
Winter
up to
is
4
here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Sommers. It's the Overnight Drive.
All righty, final hour. Here we go. Off and rolling. Good morning to Rick in Columbus. That is correct. He said round in third, headed for home. And then there's Steve there in Columbus, Ohio. Good morning, Steve Sommers. All the listeners out there, another weekend goes by way too fast. You can say that again. It was restful, but still not as relaxing as I'd like it to be. Either way, the coffee's hot, car's ready to go. Let's head into town, see what the day brings. Yeah, it looks like we may get some more snow during the overnight hours. Snow or no snow, it's gonna be cold. I can vouch for that. It's like, what are we down to 16 outside the secret bunker at this hour? And I mentioned earlier, several mornings as the week progresses, we're not going to hit the freezing mark till next weekend. Below freezing. Overnight lows down in the single digits, highs in the 20s at best. Meanwhile, under industry headlines, we were talking earlier, it's all fun and games until you get caught. Knucklebrusher brought up this story. The former owner of a Missouri trucking company sentenced to 108 months in prison. That's 9 years, folks. For bank fraud and Clean Air Act violations and witness tampering. Last week, the U.S. Attorney's Office in the Eastern District of Missouri sentencing Christopher Carroll, the 55-year-old Farmington, Missouri resident, convicted in August of last year. 3 counts of bank fraud, 3 counts of making false statements to a financial institution, 1 count of conspiracy to violate the Clean Air Act, 13 violations of the Clean Air Act, and 2 counts of threatening a witness. In addition to the 9-year prison sentence, he's been ordered to pay $3 million in restitution for his role in the fraudulent collection of pandemic relief loans. People like Christopher Carroll took advantage of a once-in-a-generation crisis to enrich themselves at the expense of struggling Americans, according to the U.S. Attorney. This office will continue to make sure that defendants like Carroll are held accountable. But according to the court records, Carroll and his partner, George Reed, submitted a fraudulent application for a $1.2 million paycheck protection loan in April of 2020. Yeah, for the timeshare exit company they ran, Square One Group. That loan application contained false statements, including using the names of Reed and Carroll's wives as company owners to conceal Carroll's status as a paroled felon, which would have prevented the company from receiving the loan. Rather than using the money to continue paying employees, Carroll bought trucks and land to start a trucking company. Yeah, they then applied for loan forgiveness, falsely claiming that they had spent the money on payroll and other permitted expenses. Then they sought a second loan of more than $1.6 million. When that loan was approved, Carroll and Reed took a total of $660,000 in owner draws from the company, according to the U.S. Attorney's Office. Reed ultimately pleading guilty to bank fraud in September of 22 and admitted fraudulently applying for, obtaining, and using those two payment protection loans. As part of the guilty plea, he admitted that the company failed to pay a significant number of employees despite the loans, and that Carroll terminated the health insurance and benefits of at least 17 employees. Reed was sentenced last month to time served. He was ordered to pay $3 million in restitution. Like I said, it's all fine and dandy until you get caught, right? 844-844-3388. Good morning, Daryl.
Good morning. How's the family and how's Stryker?
Yeah, all doing okay. They got a little bit of the creepy crud over there with the grandkids. Aubrey and Avery and Stephen weren't feeling good over the weekend. But aside from that, that's what everybody's got. It's that time of year.
Well, it's all around us. I got a call the other day while I was in church from a renter family, and they wanted me to go pick up the wife at the emergency room, and she had the flu. She went over in the ambulance, but didn't have money to get home on, so I went and picked her up. I saw Arkansas State, I think they go by the Red Wolves now, get beat in their own gymnasium, and it's the first time they'd lost in 50 or 60 games, and the team by the name of Troy beat them, and I just saw them play Miami the other day, and I thought they was a mighty good ball team, so Miami must have a real good ball team. But do you know where Troy's at? I thought they were an Ohio team, but I don't think Ohio team would be playing Arkansas State Red Wolves.
That I'm not sure. I know there is a Troy, Ohio. That's kind of up toward Eskimo Mom's neck of the woods.
Well, this team is named Troy, but I never did hear anybody say where they were from, and I didn't read the newspaper where they were from. So I wonder if there's a Troy, Mississippi or a Troy, Tennessee or something for them to be playing Arkansas State.
Mm-hmm.
Did you get your driveway shoveled off yesterday?
Yes, we did. I had made sure to get out there because I knew all that slush was going to turn into a solid sheet of ice with all the cold coming in.
I got out early with I got a machine that I bought at a yard sale 10 years ago, and it still runs, and I cleaned mine off. But I live on a hill, so it's slipping and sliding when I go out and work that thing. But it kind of caught me by surprise. I wasn't expecting a snow. Did those fellas that get arrested up in Missouri paint their trucks yellow?
Now that I'm not sure.
It sounded like a big trucking company that I heard about a few years ago.
Yes, sir.
It sounded like the same operation to me. How's the new pup doing that your son got?
Well, both ours and the son's doing good. They're training their puppy kind of like learning all kinds of tricks like a canine would learn. I'm just treating mine like a puppy and letting him be a puppy. Maybe I need to do some training.
They always told me that a dog's supposed to walk behind you when you take a dog for a walk.
Yes.
But mine always pulled me down the sidewalk.
Correct.
So I realized I'd never trained my dog on how to walk down the sidewalk. And then you see other men who have trained dogs, and those dogs are walking behind you. I think I told you I got bit by a dog while I was in El Salvador, and I went to a dermatologist, and he put me on an antibiotic. He said sometimes something happens several weeks after you get dog bit. So I've been taking an antibiotic from a dog bite.
Mm. Well, I was watching.
And tell Knucklebuster.
Lauren posted a video. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Tell Knucklebuster what?
Tell Knucklebuster my phone bill was $295 when I got back home. He warned me about it, but they put me on a $12 a day international plan, and I was there for 12 days. But I was fearful after Knucklebuster said I might have to sell my house when I got back to using my cell phone. Go ahead. What were you saying?
In regards to training the dog, Lauren shared a video yesterday, and she's already got the German Shepherd puppy. He sit, lay down, lay. She says center. So she's standing up center. He knows to walk around and stand between her legs and stay. He's already. She says stay when you lay down, stay, and she walks away and walks across the room and says stay. And then I think she says go or something, but then he knows he can jump up and go get a treat. I mean, I'm impressed how good she's doing.
I mean, well, they train sheepdogs, and if you ever saw a sheepdog out working a flock of sheep, they know what they're doing, and they're as smart as they can be. Animals are a lot smarter than we give them credit for.
Yeah.
I lived in Hot Springs, Arkansas for 3 years, and they had what they call an IQ zoo there, and they trained animals for television shows. And the old show Green Acres, they used to train the pigs that went on that show, and I enjoyed going over there. They had raccoons that played basketball, and they had chickens that did different things. It was interesting to go to the IQ Zoo, but it was for animals in Hot Springs. Hey, I enjoy your show. I enjoy your products, and I tell you that yellow stuff you put in the snowblower and keep the gas going for 2 years works, because I went out and cranked it. It started on the first crank. And be sure to put that in your gas tanks when you store those 2-cycle engines and other engines for the winter.
There you go. The great product of Stay-Bill. Hey, and I've got to answer to your question. I did a quick search here. The game you were watching, that Arkansas State versus Troy, there is a Troy, Alabama.
Troy, Alabama.
That's correct.
Well, I just thought maybe it was Troy, Ohio, but I never could see where they were from. Well, I'll tell you one thing. Troy, Alabama has a really good basketball team, but Miami of Ohio has a better one. I'll talk to you later.
All right. Yeah, because Miami of Ohio took them down, Saturday a week ago, and it was Arkansas State that Troy took down Arkansas State this past Saturday, but it's Troy, Alabama. Play at Trojan Arena. 844-844-3388.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Power Stroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
All right, good golly, I'm looking at some of the numbers. The update, they're talking about that tunnel crash that occurred late Friday. The sheer number of vehicles that were involved, wow. Oh, wait, Highway Patrol troopers and first responders confirmed one additional fatality, which I believe that took it to 3. The Highway Patrol has cleared about half the vehicles involved in the tunnel fire. It was basically in the middle of the 1,200-foot tunnel. Last night, 4 passenger vehicles and 9 commercial vehicles were removed from the crash site. In total, the Highway Patrol believes 26 vehicles were involved in this event. 10 passenger vehicles and 16 commercial vehicles. 6 commercial vehicles and 2 passenger vehicles were completely destroyed by the fire. Through an emergency contracting process, the Wyoming Department of Transportation has contracted DiBernardi Construction to begin moving concrete barriers to the crossover lanes in preparation for guiding traffic head-to-head in the eastbound tunnel. The DOT expects that to be in place by Wednesday. The district engineer says thank you to the community of Green River for your support in keeping traffic moving during this thorough, complicated investigation. We know all that detoured traffic was very impactful to your community over the weekend. Now, there will be a 10.5-foot width and 16-foot height restriction through the head-to-head lanes in the eastbound tunnel. Oversized vehicles should contact the DOT's Oversized Load Permit Office for detours. The DOT and Highway Patrol working closely with the National Transportation Safety Board on parallel crash investigations. They do say any questions about the investigation must be directed to the National Transportation Safety Board's Office of Media Relations. But wow, 10 passenger vehicles and 16 commercial vehicles all coming together in that tunnel. What a mess. All right, 844-844-3388. Double R checking in on a Monday. How the heck are you?
I'm doing well, Steve. How are you doing?
Oh, yeah, you know, Monday. I love Mondays.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So, I'll tell you what, just hauling this freight, buddy, sure got my schedule all screwed up. I apologize, but I got to get back in the rhythm here. I'll tell you what. You know, when I was hauling cars, I didn't have to go through half of the crap that they got going on, you know, hauling this freight.
Mm-hmm.
Every place I go to pick up a load of freight or a drop trailer or whatever, they got to look at my license. I have never been carded so damn much in all my life. It's just, you know, it's crazy how they do all this stuff. But anyhow, I just wanted to call, check in, and I've been following Lauren on the puppy. Did you get a new dog or no?
Yeah.
You got Turbo, don't you?
Yeah, oh, yeah, we got Turbo, and
Okay.
now we have Ace. Ace. Kind of a mixed breed.
Oh, you got you another one, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, my Lord. Whose idea was that, sis or yours?
Well, I saw some of the pictures. He was actually, the puppies were from one of the guys that works up there at the Hot Shot Secret in Mount Gilead, and he had posted pictures, and I showed them to Lisa, and she said, "Oh, I love this one," or "I love that one." So there were several we wanted.
Shame on you, Steve.
So we got the mail. Yep, it was technically a Christmas present for Rowan.
Oh. Okay, I remember now. Yeah,
I say technically
yeah.
because the princess has claimed him as her own.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, Anita's looking at we don't know what we're going to do with Roscoe. He's got that Cushing's disease, and man, that's terrible. I'll tell you what. You talk about expensive. We're dropping $200 a month on him. Just on medicine and stuff, and he's losing his hair. He's drinking a lot of water. It's pretty rough. I told Nita, I said, well, once these dogs, you know, start dying off, that's it. When I'm not getting no more, I'm done. So what's she doing? She's talking with a lady right now, but she's wanting to get me a solid black German Shepherd, and I told her no, and I'm waiting. I'm going to go home one day, and that dog's going to be in the house.
Yeah.
But anyhow, I apologize. I've been listening. I'm on my way over here to Maryland right now. I've got to go to Fredericksburg and do a drop and hook, and then head back down to Tennessee. But ain't this winter about over with? Supposed to be, according to the groundhog.
He said 6 more weeks of winter, so I think he was correct.
My God, yeah, I know. Well, I hope it warms up before the truck show.
I mean, bitter cold this week, and they make it sound like it ain't going to be a whole lot better next week, but there at the end of February, rolling into March, things are finally supposed to kind of be back to where we would normally be, I guess.
Right. Okay. Hey, what do you predict on with Mr. Trump? I mean,
well, hold that question.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear says at least 8 people are dead after severe flooding across the state.
Stay off the roads. If you hit water, turn around.
He emphasized the emergency phase is expected to last a few more days until floodwaters recede. Elon Musk says the U.S. should delete entire agencies in order to cut waste and reduce bureaucracy.
The tech billionaire who heads the new Department of Government Efficiency made the comments on a video call to the World Government Summit in Dubai Thursday.
Kind of like if leaving a weed, if you don't remove the roots of the weed, then it's easy for the weed to grow back. But if you remove the roots of the weed, it doesn't stop weeds from ever growing back, but it makes it harder.
Musk said reducing the size of government will end the rule of the bureaucracy and restore the rule of the people. He also said America should stay out of the affairs of other nations and mind its own business. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
From America's News Network, this is USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MetaShare. Maybe you've heard joining MetaShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MetaShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
we leave off there. Back at it here on a Monday. Yeah, Double R was asking, or he had a question about something about what do I think about Trump as far as, what was the question?
Yeah, what are you expecting as far as fuel to drop? I mean, he said, you know, how he was talking about lowering gas and fuel and stuff, and I had people asking me questions about that, and I said, well, give it at least 6 months after he gets in office. He just don't go into office and boom, lower the fuel. You know, it takes time. What do you predict? About 6 months to a year?
We were talking a bit about it on Friday morning. So, yeah, apparently, many of the oil many of the oil executives out there are saying they're being very cautious about their expansion, that the days of rapid expansion in the Permian Basin and all that. They don't want to get the price per barrel too low because it becomes cost prohibitive to get it out. We've been through that cycle when oil dropped below $40 per barrel. Remember, then they ended up having to shut down many of the wells out there. So some of them are saying the days of drill, baby, drill as in the past aren't coming back. I mean, there's going to be some growth, but I don't know what the anticipated price is going to be. What they're, you know, it's he's doing all he can. He wants to revisit the Keystone Pipeline, but apparently nobody's interested in the investment to go back. The original company that was working on it said, yeah, they've moved on and they're not coming back. So I don't know.
I'll be darned.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, this truck they got me in, the 680 Kenworth, and I'm averaging between 7.5 and 10 miles a gallon out of it. I can't believe it.
Wow.
I think, man, that's, yeah, you know, and I'm hauling 40 to 45,000, you know, in weight, and I'm busting out like I said, 7.5, 10 miles a gallon. You know, that's good.
Yeah, absolutely.
But anyhow, I just wanted to call in and yak my jaw there. I just got up. I'm gonna stop over and get me a morning coffee, but I'll get off here and let somebody else get in, Steve. I know you're getting close to risky time, so I'm going to let you go and relax, yeah.
We're kind of heading down the home stretch here, yes, indeed. On a
yes, sir, buddy.
Good to hear from you.
All right, bub.
We'll talk soon. Thank you very much, Double R. All right, happy Monday, the best day of the week, all right? Good morning, Mr. Sommers, the Hotshot Secret Nation, and the great product of Staybill. Roll on, Knuckle Buster. We're at 12 degrees, feels like 6 below, starting the new day in Fort Wayne. 13 degrees at Newaygo, Michigan, as we are ready to start. Fort Wayne to Newaygo and back once again. What a Daytona race last night. Very interesting. How about that, William Byron? Have a great week, everybody, and Semper Fi from Truck and Phil. Good to hear from you as well. And Knucklebuster always gives a Semper Fi right back at you there.
Thank you, Mr. Steve Sommers. Semper Fi to Truck and Phil, and a Semper Fi to you too, sir. Well, I had a headline come across that they're looking, the Big Ten and the SEC are looking to change the college football playoff up to a 14-team schedule. That'll really put a kink in it, won't it?
Well, now, why were they talking about that? I mean, because they just went to the 12, the expansion. I understand the controversy, you know, over the years when you had the 4 teams. They said, well, the 5th or the 6th. Now that you got 12 teams, then you say, well, that 13th or 14th should have been in there.
I don't know how many conferences there are, but it should just be the conference champions play it out and go from there. But that's my idea.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think there's only 14 or 15 conferences. there. So, well, anyway, let me ask you a question. What in your life has changed since Trump got elected and Trump took office?
What in my life has changed? Well, I guess first and foremost, my feeling of being proud of the country and having a brighter hope for the future.
Yeah, I agree with that. But I still get up every day and I go to work, pay my taxes, get a paycheck on Friday. I don't know why all these people coming up with all this crazy stuff that Trump and Vance and the rest of the administration is doing. I got news for old Vladimir over there in Ukraine. If he wanted a better deal, he should have got it done under Biden's administration, not wait till now. So, but wait a minute, they weren't going to stop that war, was they? Well, I'm almost to Dallas. It's almost quit time. Know that?
Yes, I do. I'm looking at about 20 minutes away. We'll be wrapping things up.
Oh yeah, well, we can wrap things up here at about 5:15 for me on Central Time Zone. So, and it being a holiday, the traffic ought to be light over here this morning. I can live with all that. Ain't nothing wrong with light traffic in Dallas. If they drive like a bunch of idiots on dry road, I sure wouldn't want to be around here in snow and ice. But Sommers, get on in there after work. And since you don't have to take your grandbaby to school this morning, you can jump in the bed with Mama Sommers and tell her, get over it. I'm cold. Warm me up, woman.
There you go.
And that's all my bull on it for this morning. We'll talk at you in the morning, Mr. Steve.
All righty. There you go. About 19 before the hour. Hey, did we get, Mr. Peabody, as the Wayback Machine warmed up here on a Monday, as Dingbat likes to say, please make sure your tray tables are in the upright locked position. So here we go. In 1621, on this date, Miles Standish is elected the first commander of the Plymouth colony. 1801, the House of Representatives breaks electoral college tie to elect Thomas Jefferson over Aaron Burr. 1933, on this date, the first issue of Newsweek magazine is published. 1943, Dow Chemical and Corning Glass Works partnered together to produce silicon. And what a change that has made. Brain Dead wanted me to throw this in as well. 1943, the Yankees' Joe DiMaggio enlists in the Army. And finally, 1998, on this date, NASA's Voyager 1 overtakes Pioneer 10 to become the furthest object from the Earth. Well, that is all for today. So safe travels and God bless. Voyager 1 is still out there, and I do believe still communicating, although it has, I think, officially exited our solar system. Way out there. All right, President Trump has nominated someone with experience in both the public and private sectors to serve as the administrator of the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration. The nominee, Jonathan Morrison, worked as the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration's chief counsel during Trump's first term as president. According to his LinkedIn page, he started working at Apple in March of 2021. So the White House announced Morrison's nomination, along with dozens of others last week. The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration is responsible for enforcing vehicle performance standards. Now, before starting his role at the NHTSA's chief counsel in 2017, he worked as the president of Auto Advisory Services and the director of legal and regulatory affairs at the California New Car Dealers Association. Morrison's nomination was quickly supported by the Governor's Highway Safety Association and the Alliance for Automotive Innovation. During his tenure as chief counsel during Trump's first term, Morrison was a committed public servant who put safety first and worked closely and effectively with the Governor's Highway Safety Association and members. The association looks forward to working with Morrison to reduce unnecessary administrative burdens on the state highway safety offices that reduce the impact of critical limited safety dollars. The Alliance for Automotive Innovation also touting his experience, stating this is the right background to lead the country's top traffic safety regulator, someone who understands the agency from the inside and has extensive experience in the automotive and technology industries. Jonathan Morrison knows both sides, and that will be a major asset for the administration's traffic safety and vehicle technology agenda. Now, the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration has multiple open investigations that are of interest to truck drivers and the general public. Of course, this past October, the agency launched an investigation looking into Tesla's full self-driving feature, which allows the vehicle to take control of driving functions in limited conditions. Last month, Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy said he would allow that probe into Tesla to continue. They've also launched an investigation to automatic emergency braking systems on certain Freightliner and Western Star trucks. There were 18 complaints of false automatic emergency braking activation without an actual roadside obstacle. In some instances, these false activations brought the truck to a complete stop in a travel lane. Very dangerous. Now, the previous administration had planned on issuing a final rule for automatic emergency braking systems on heavy trucks sometime this year. But as we stand, it's not clear if the new administration is going to move forward with that mandate, like so many other items, the green agenda, you name it, the electric vehicle mandates that are all pretty much being pushed back against or scrapped entirely by the new administration. Meanwhile, personnel for Elon Musk's Doge agency, they tell us, will visit the Federal Aviation Administration's Air Traffic Control Command Center in Virginia today, as the administration looks to reform the system. Now, I don't think they're going to be doing any cutting at the air traffic control, but because we know they are short-staffed, and we've seen some of the incidents in recent weeks. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy disclosing the plan in a social media post yesterday, saying the Doge team will, quote, get a first-hand look at the current system, learn what air traffic controllers like and dislike about their current tools, and envision how we can make a new, better, modern, and safer system. Now, the Trump administration earlier this month actually had reversed course and said they would not allow air traffic controllers to take part in the government in the initiative to buy them out, the program to quit, which tens of thousands have signed up for, but not air traffic control not eligible. They need more staff, not less, in that particular department. It is 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Power Stroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer signups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Docs Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, a lot of tariff talk over the past week and over the weekend. Trump signing a memorandum late last week that we, the United States, will indeed look at implementing reciprocal tariffs to match the tax rates other nations place on imports of our goods. Stating, on trade, I've decided for purposes of fairness that I will charge a reciprocal tariff, meaning whatever countries charge the U.S., we will charge them. No more, no less. In other words, they charge us a tax or a tariff, we'll charge them the exact same. Very simple. So the memo orders Trump cabinet members to evaluate custom country-by-country remedies to ensure reciprocal trade relations. The report will be submitted within 180 days to assess the fiscal impacts of the tariffs. Now, following the news conference, he discussed his plan a bit further via social media. As we said, I will charge reciprocal. Whatever the other country charges, we will charge them. No more, no less. Sending merchandise, product, or anything by any other name through another country for purposes of unfairly harming America will not be accepted. In addition, we will make provisions for subsidies provided by countries in order to take economic advantage of the United States. He did not single out any nation during the announcement. The plan could be targeting the European Union in response to their VAT tax, the value added tax, which they call it, which applies to all products and is viewed by this administration as a non-tariff barrier. For purposes of this United States policy, we will consider countries that use the VAT system, which is far more punitive than a tariff, to be similar to that of a tariff. It's a tariff by a different name. Critics of tariffs say this could raise prices for American consumers. Trump said he sees this as a tool to leverage trade negotiations for bringing companies and jobs back to the United States. The senior economic advisor, Stephen Moore, defending Trump's tariffs on Saturday, arguing that combined with his other economic policies, they would actually reduce inflation rather than increase it. Moore explained that while tariffs alone could indeed raise consumer prices, Trump's broader economic strategy, including energy expansion, tax cuts, and deregulation, would have an overall deflationary effect. See, if you impose a tariff, all things equal, that would raise prices. So, for example, if you're importing toys from China, and you buy those toys and you have a tariff on them, that's going to be passed on to the consumer. However, everything else Trump is doing is very disinflationary. He wants to drill, baby, drill. He wants to cut taxes to keep our taxes low. He wants to deregulate the economy. He wants fair trade deals. All these things put pressure downward. He also pointed to Trump's proposal to cut the business tax rate to 15% for products manufactured here in the United States. In other words, if it's made in the U.S., he wants to cut the tax rate. If it's made in China, he wants to increase the tax rate. When you put those two things together, that is not inflationary. Now, he defends the tariff approach, saying the president is focused on leveling the global trade playing field. What Donald Trump is pointing out is that a lot of these countries put much higher restraints on our ability to sell to them than they do to us. In fact, we are one of the lowest, if not lowest, tariff countries in the world, and other countries have created a very unlevel playing field. This is to force other nations to lower their trade barriers. Trump is saying, look, you want access to our markets, you're going to have to lower your tariffs to the rate that we have because you're way up there and we're down here. While acknowledging that tariffs carry some risks, he said Trump's approach could lead to freer and fairer trade by giving U.S. companies greater access to foreign markets. A lot of discussion, pros, cons, depends on who you ask, but that's where we stand. And with that, we stand at closing things out here on a Monday edition of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Join us back at the midnight hour Eastern Time tonight.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but